We wouldn't.
At a certain point, we would.
Well, that's the future, yeah.
Kind of like how, hey, for hundreds of years, ships just fought each other, and then, hey, let's put some airplanes on our ships. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Yeah.
We had to invent the airplane first.
But it's interesting to see how it would start now.
Liberty.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't have like, it wouldn't be like X-wings and shit up there now.
But it's interesting to see, and it's interesting. Okay, I'll get to it later. Good morning, Dead Comics. What are you saying good morning for? It's 7:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's not morning yet. Although you're right, I did just wake up though, again.
Look familiar?
Good morning. This is News New Zealand.
All over the galaxy right now.
Time is tomorrow.
That is,
The time is
unless
tomorrow.
you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage.
I don't know, like 14 hours ahead.
Like
It's actually 6 p.m. your time, but then why did you say good morning? Dead? That's confusing. Unless you wake up in the evening too. We're gonna talk about war in space, Space Wars. I'm putting Space Wars as a tag.
Like a war between the stars, but not Star Wars for legal reasons.
Space Wars is a library. You can't. I can't do
Yeah, I
this
know.
on that. Not yet. Let's discuss war in space. Okay.
So let me know when I can counterpoint to your argument, or where do you want to start?
Okay.
No fighters in space, Jesus.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I'm kind of excited to. Okay, yeah, and I know you don't like the thing, but I had to. But I kind of was excited about seeing it.
Yeah, and
Oh
I
shit!
know
Sorry.
you don't like the thing,
Wait.
but-
Okay.
Is there an echo here?
Yeah, that's me checking the stream. Can I also hear you now?
Hello? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. You're there. You're there. Everything's there.
Okay.
Okay. It would be a lot of close. Dead Comics' first comment about the topic says, "It would be a lot of close combat unless we had guns powerful enough to actually kill someone in space. It would be very sharp knives."
All personnel must submit
Maybe. Maybe.
We didn't want to talk about swords in space.
We're not talking about freaking swords in space.
I know.
But we can.
That is
yeah,
interesting
you can
topic, though.
address them.
There's a lot of
You can, though.
basically like melee weapons in science fiction to get around either plot devices or technological limitations. Like I think it was Dune, where they have like energy shields, but it only stops high velocity projectiles or things like energy beams. But obviously, like compared to a high powered rifle, and someone stabbing you isn't moving very fast. So they have knives and swords and stuff like that to get through these shields.
Oh. They said you gotta go soon. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Another what?
Other science fiction has like monofilament weapons, or blades basically sharp so that the edge is only one molecule thick, so they'll literally cut through almost anything. What's that one where it's like someone has like piano wire? It's like piano wire, sci-fi piano wire, just like whipping people and just totally just slice them in half.
Wait, we're big people.
Okay, well, not like that.
I'm like, wait, I'm waking up now. Sorry.
Yeah, like a monofilament wire. It's like piano wire that's only one molecule thick. So anything that the molecule can get in between, so most physical objects, is sliced right through it.
Orbit synchronized.
Interesting.
That's like kind of messed up visually, like totally cutting people's limbs off or slice them into millions of pieces.
So we're talking about like already the actual war happening.
Well, we could talk about the beginning of war in space, like the next 100 years. Once you start putting missiles and stuff. I think missiles would be the first thing because we have it and it would work in space.
I got curious about that. What is this, by the way? Wait,
what?
Well, when I was looking it up, right?
Yeah.
Our weapons and stuff are gravity bound. In space, there's no air, no up or down, and every shot can take out a satellite or ricochet for eternity. So how do you actually fight a war up there without it turning into a catastrophic mess?
So part of that is why there's lasers in so much science fiction, because it eliminates several of those problems.
Okay.
All gas-powered weapons,
Freaking laser beams.
which is chemical explosive weapons. It's called chemical weapons, but not in the nerve gas or toxins kind of sense. But the fact that you use chemical explosives and gunpowder to fire a bullet, so the bullet goes down the barrel, but there's obviously recoil for every action, yada yada, something or other.
Bruce has his internet back. Please, Bruce has his internet back. He says, "Let's go." Please continue with recoil.
Yeah, recoil. So if you're shooting at someone in space with, like I said, there's no gravity, or even if you're in orbit where there's gravity, but it's very weak compared to being on the ground, you're going to go flying, just like that bullet's going flying, which is not good for stability and accuracy. So either you need to design a gun to totally have no recoil, or to kind of get rid of that energy elsewhere, which would be wasteful. Just use a weapon that has no recoil, like frickin' lasers.
There you go. That's
or missiles, like aircraft. Kind of just let the missile go, and then it fires this rocket and takes off.
I had a question. Before we I didn't get a chance to ask my special source.
Special sauce.
It was a question I had because before we get into the topic, it's separate. Could we still have nuclear war if the satellites were taken out? Is nuclear war based on not just pressing a button? Is it connected to the satellites? To knowing where things are? As in, would we still have nuclear war if all the satellites were blacked out?
I want to lean more towards yes.
Okay.
I haven't researched the nitty-gritty of that in a while, where it's are they, like you said, are they dependent on satellite tracking and things like that? I think a lot of them, because we had nuclear weapons in the 60s and stuff.
Yeah, but did we have satellites up there? No, we didn't. You're right.
We did, but not very many. But a lot of navigation and even spacecraft navigation is called the inertial navigation system, or INS, which is basically it's gyroscopes inside the ship or missile or whatever, the flying thing, that essentially tracks all of its movements and figures out where it's going based on that.
But now it seems okay, that's good. Okay,
so they can figure out how to fly thousands of miles to hit another target, because they went, the rocket can tell, okay, I'm flying up. I did that at such and such a pre-programmed speed at such an altitude through other sensors. So now I'm going to turn this way. And it can basically figure that out almost in reverse.
It's kind of both yes questions, by the way. It says, yes, nuclear war is heavily dependent on satellites because of early warning signals, commands and control, blah, blah, blah. But then also, yes, it can still happen. Blind retaliation, broken chains of command. It still can happen without satellites.
Yeah, the missiles themselves, I think, are less dependent than any of the warning systems are. PAVE-PAWS isn't a satellite. PAVE-PAWS is a very large and extremely powerful radar station in Alaska that basically points at the Soviet Union, and they're like, okay, if any missiles come towards us, we can see it with this radar. But that's a whole other thing about, ballistic missiles have to fly at a certain trajectory, which means they could be detected much earlier, and then missiles that fly closer to the ground in a non-ballistic trajectory were specifically designed to kind of get around that by flying close to the ground. So your early warning is minutes, not hours.
So we have a question. Conway says the real question is, can we stop the USA trying to control all the Milky Way? Well,
I think so. I mean, a couple hundred years ago, it was basically Britain, France, and Spain that dominated the world, and we just waited, and now it's not their turn anymore. So
soon, won't it be China's turn soon?
Is it already China's turn?
Is it going to be soon? It might already
I don't
be.
When I was in high school, they were talking about the next kind of economic superpowers were going to be the BRIC nations, so Brazil, Russia, India, and China.
That didn't happen.
And well, Russia and Brazil mostly because of their natural resources, like Brazil was. I don't remember what was there, but like lumber, obviously, and I think it's diamonds. I don't remember, but I think Russia has huge oil, natural gas, and mineral reserves because it's such a huge country, and India and China for the explosive technological innovations that they made in the decades before that. So they're basically looking at trends, going like, "Holy shit! Yeah, the next century belongs to these guys."
Oh. Ah, shit! I was killed by a flesh mob. Bruce says our first nukes did not require satellites since our first nukes were based off of the V1 rocket made by the No-No Germans. Thanks, Bruce.
I like the No-No Germans as a name.
You mean the fucking Nazis is what we call them, but yeah, the No-No Germans.
Yeah, that's kind of a fun name for them. If you wanted to tell like a 5-year-old about the Nazis, you can just call them the No-No Germans.
They were the No-No ones. But yeah,
the Nay Germans.
But now, I mean,
those are the happy Germans.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. The first ballistic missiles were V2s, fired by Germany at Britain and France, and I think a couple at the Low Countries.
We know that they are bad because they are called the No-No ones, says Bruce.
That's how you tell who the bad guys are. They have evil-sounding names.
So now we have No-No Americans and No-No...
Maybe they act reprehensibly, and that's why they're bad.
Yeah. So are we later going to be calling some of you guys the No-No Americans? Like, is Elon Musk
AKA
the No-No? What about Elon Musk? Is he a No-No American?
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Wait, we're off topic.
I feel like that's a rhetorical question. I'm just going to pull you back towards the topic.
Yeah. So,
And yeah, the first nukes were just dropped out of airplanes, so they didn't rely on fucking anything except for airplanes.
it's interesting with, oh my god, this flesh mob. Can it not?
Flash mob? Are you being flash mobbed?
Yeah, flash mobbed by flesh mob.
Oh.
It's not good. It's not looking good for our hero out here. Accept samples.
We join our hero dead on the battlefield.
Yeah, basically. I'm not the hero, though, but I am going to die relentlessly. Okay, so the Americans are always the good guys because we make some of the movies. Well, soon you guys, I guess, will make only... You know what? We're not getting into that too soon, Bruce. Anyway, okay. So, right now, real-world military advancements like the U.S. Space Force, China's anti-satellite weapons... They do have anti-satellite weapons, huh? And Russia's orbital maneuvers.
Earth has anti-satellite weapons, yeah.
And then there are theoretical strategies like kinetic bombardments, rods from God, and cyber warfare in orbit. A war in space could destroy... It is. I want to hear about that. Could you tell me about that in a moment? But a war in space could destroy GPS, comms, banking, even weather forecasting. Oh no, that's always correct. Plunging the planet into chaos. One wrong move could trigger a chain reaction, which we talked about last episode.
Which will destroy the space-time continuum. Wait, no, wrong.
No, no. When we talked about space debris, right?
Yeah.
And
the Kessler effect, I think it was called.
Yes, a Kessler syndrome. Yeah, the effect, and make Earth's orbit unusable for generations. So no problems. We just cause horrible things. And then
trapped on Earth. Actually, I just thought about that. That could be a weapon in itself.
Yeah.
Just, interplanetary war. Just totally, throw a bunch of basically garbage into their orbit, so that trying to get off planet is so risky because you might get hit by something. It's like, okay, I guess it's like a siege. We're stuck here. That'll suck.
I'm not doing very well in playing. I might have to, like, not play.
Rods from God is the nickname for kinetic weapons sent from orbit.
Tell me about that stuff, because I never...
Well, that's like the picture of from last week, where it was the half-ounce fleck of paint or whatever hitting that aluminum plate at 25,000 miles an hour, or whatever the hell it was. And it put the big crater in it, only because it was moving so fast. There's no warhead or anything else. It's just simply something heavy moving real fast.
So that's what they would use in space?
Well, they're talking about, say you have not so much a spaceship, but just park something up in orbit full of, like, put like an I-beam or some big chunk of concrete or something that's simple and heavy. Doesn't need any moving parts, just needs to be a big heavy thing that you wouldn't want to drive into with your car, for example. And then drop it on people. It falling from orbit would give it a speed of like thousands of kilometers an hour, and if it hits something, it'd totally fucking destroy it.
Bruce asks, what do you guys believe what spaceports would look like for the average person? I believe what would happen is, from not only just from what I read, but from the facts of it right now, we would see nothing. We would, if there's a spaceport, they'd make us lose, they'd ruin the satellites, we wouldn't have comms, we'd have obliteration on Earth, we wouldn't have any communication with each other, we wouldn't even know what's going on. I don't believe there'd be pew-pews in the sky. I don't think that's how it would work. Not right now. Future war in space, sure, maybe we'll be like what we've imagined, but right now, there's no fucking way. Well, this is what would happen if they took down comms. We'd not only be without internet and all that, we'd lose...
Well, okay, just right there, the internet is still relies upon submarine cables. Submarine cables still exist, so we wouldn't lose the internet.
We'd lose everything else, though. Satellites? If our satellites were taken out, which is probably the main thing that'd be done in space warfare.
So some people couldn't watch TV, and you wouldn't have satellite phones, and maybe you wouldn't have high-speed internet everywhere.
I don't think it's just that. I think it would affect more than that. GPS, comms,
but it's
banking,
not like, oh my god, we have no internet at all.
Banking, it's not just about fucking
the internet still goes through cables.
I don't care about internet. I'm talking about if we took all the satellites out that we rely on now.
Okay, so everything you're mentioning goes through the internet, which is not ultimately dependent on satellites.
Well,
not entirely.
It would affect things on Earth because if satellites were the targets, that would be the first one. That would take out communications and surveillance satellites. Once we've done that, the enemy's blinded. Like, I
thought we're answering the question about the average person.
We wouldn't see anything. We'd know it because they tell us, okay, we're at war, blah, blah, blah.
Well, there's wars going on Earth right now, and I don't know about you, but I don't see them.
We don't know shit, exactly. But with space, I don't know. If they took out our satellites in the way that the companies all rely on them, and banking, all that shit, I think we'd be affected a bit more. But yeah, maybe it'd be some quiet...
The companies would charge you more to fix their satellites.
Yeah, you're right. Like, maybe it'd just be like this quiet... silent battle between powers for real estate in space that we don't even know anything about, probably. Yeah, probably.
I think it depends on how far to the future you, like, even...
Right now, I'm talking about right now.
Near future, I consider up to 500 years, and even that, it would be mostly, like, Earth and Mars kind of thing, where Earth would be too valuable to risk with, oh, we're just going to totally fucking destroy half the planet. Take that. Once we get to, like, several planets... Earth isn't as special anymore, and it will be certainly at risk from, like, immense destruction, I think.
So orbital combat, Bruce. Satellite as targets first. Something like kinetic kill vehicles, which sound like something you talk about. No explosives, just slam a fast-moving object into a satellite, and the impact alone would destroy it.
Yep.
An anti-satellite...
Kinetic impactor, high velocity, any kind of terms like that just means smashing into stuff real fast.
And anti-satellite missiles, already tested by China, India, and the US. These missiles can shoot down satellites from Earth or near orbit.
Yeah.
but they're saying there's no dogfights, no pew-pew lasers, no aerodynamics. There's no air, no space fighters like in Star Wars. Real combat would look more
Not
like
yet.
long-range missile duels between unmanned platforms or ships using bursts of thrust. Lasers, maybe. Directed energy weapons could be viable in the vacuum of space, but they need insane power sources and cooling systems. But yeah, rods from God, you've heard of this. They keep being mentioned. They could
That's
happen.
because they're probably going to happen before we get, like I said, orbital platforms with lasers and stuff.
And space
Because it's
with weapons.
It's a simple technology that we can use.
We're so simple. That
Like, you
makes
could-
sense.
You could build another space. Like we have the technology. We can rebuild him. We know how to build a space shuttle,
The
other
Melody
orbital,
Man.
and other orbital craft, and it would just be a matter of, like, it's basically legislation. Everyone signed a treaty, like, yeah, we're not going to put weapons in outer space.
That's not true,
Otherwise
though.
it-
They already are doing shit like that, though. They won't let that happen.
It is true. It's called the Outer Space Treaty. Just because
Yeah,
people
we're not
violate it or
following
they
it.
still around the edges. Who do you mean they?
I don't think
Who's not following it?
I think
sources. Cite your sources.
well, they've already got measures because they already know, like, or else China wouldn't have their thing going on and US wouldn't have their thing going on. They're already preparing for war in space.
That doesn't.
Regarding
Okay, preparing for war in
satellites,
space and actually having, like, Death Stars and battleships in space is different.
No, we're not going to have anything like that anytime soon if we can't even get there. We follow that treaty, Bruce says. Yeah, so far,
Yeah,
I don't
we
have a
do.
lot of faith in it. I don't. If we
Well,
can't,
okay,
if we're
we're not
pulling
having
out of
faith
all
in it doesn't mean
treaties,
we're flagrantly disregarding it left and right. That's different.
but literally, we're
But-
falling
but-
out of
but-
other treaties. Oh, you really think they're going to give a shit about space once they figure out
I'm
how
saying we
to control
are.
space?
As of right now, they're still
For
abiding by
now.
the Outer Space Treaty. Okay,
Well,
well,
we
that's what I
give more
said. You're
money
disputing
to-
it, so figure out what
Well,
you're going
just
to argue with.
because we're already supporting the billionaires who are going into space with their shit. They're not going to follow the rules. They aren't going to. They already aren't, especially with space junk. Let alone,
Okay,
I just
well,
don't
right now,
have much
governments
belief.
are abiding by the Outer Space Treaty. Whether we
For
stop
now.
giving a shit in 10 fucking years, that's not what I'm arguing.
10 years is hopeful.
Well, if they can actually weaponize space in 10 years, I'd actually be probably kind of proud of them.
I
Means they're
think
getting their
it's
shit
more.
together.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
I dare you, governments of Earth,
yeah. I suppose so.
weaponize space. Get off
So
your
as far
asses.
as spacecraft combat, it'd be slow, strategic, and deadly, unless it's the far, far future where Brad wants it to be. Because speed is relative. Everything moves at thousands of kilometers per hour. Battles would be planned weeks in advance, not in the heat of the moment. And there's no cover. There's no hiding in space. Low
Well, there'd be
emission,
stealth.
heat shielded, and on a dark trajectory. Yeah, they did mention space ninjas. So does the Geneva Convention apply in space as dead? No, just the Outer Space Treaty. Geneva Convention doesn't even apply here, so I don't know.
The Geneva Convention, I think, is about warfare.
Yeah, and we're talking
But
about
we're
war in
allowed- what
space.
What you're kind of allowed to... Okay, well, it's different than the Outer Space Convention, which says you can't bring any weapons to space and you can't, like, test nukes in space. So that's like, you can't use space as like a weapons testing ground, and the Geneva Convention would be like, don't use chemical weapons on people in space.
And Bruce said, depends if it's human or human versus alien dead comics. Yeah, and or if the aliens are like us or aren't, says Bruce.
Oh yeah, like if
someone
aliens
says
show up
you're-
and we figured out how to start kicking their ass, we'd like, we would
suddenly
probably not
be-
give a shit.
Yeah.
Open up
And-
the genocide cans.
Yeah, we would. And then Jed says, yeah, I think if it's us versus aliens, it would be over very fast if they get to us first because they'd be smarter. Yeah, probably.
Well, okay, well, right away, getting it to us first would imply that they have some sort of more advanced technology to travel between planets with
Yeah,
an invasion fleet, which means they're already technologically superior to us.
yeah.
In at least that kind of military aspect. They might not have,
Calling in reinforcements.
high-definition TVs, but they'll figure out space
Yeah.
travel.
You may not have our fancy internet. I'm just kidding. Maybe they
They
use something
declared
better
war
than
for-
internet.
120 frames per second. That's what they wanted. That's why they came here.
But what's
To get water.
Yeah. Did Brad really just say no balls to the world's governments to put weapons in space? That's what Bruce said. Bruce asked. Yeah, Brad said that. Brad doesn't believe they have the balls to... Yeah. He said, I double dog dare you to put weapons in space. He just wants to see it happen, so he's like, hurry up and let's be in space already. I'm tired of Earth. I don't want to go to my job at Earth anymore. He's like, hurry up. I'll even do war in space. Is that what's going on?
I
think
maybe a little bit. Well, then get on it. Why didn't you do it yet?
Dad says if they're smart enough to get to us, well, we can't even go back to the moon. It's kind of over. Yeah, but I don't think aliens are the concern. I think it's humans. So cyber and electronic warfare, hack the orbit. It's easier and cheaper to hack a satellite than blow it up. Disabling or spoofing enemy stations systems might be the first move, and signal jamming.
Yes.
To isolate us.
So, some of the most interesting stuff I've read about military hardware is not guns and missiles and tank armor and stuff like that. It's the signals intelligence and electronic intelligence, and some of the funky like aircraft variants that they have. Like one example is the I think it's called the RC-135.
What's that?
It's like the U.S. Air Force designation. The C-135 is like a cargo jet, and they made tanker variants to refuel aircraft called the KC-135. And they're like, okay, well, what else can we use this airframe for other than dropping cargo and bringing fuel around? Like, hey, we can fill it with all sorts of like radar jamming and electronic countermeasures and like psychological warfare electronic stuff, so we can intercept enemy communications, or we can jam communications, or we can transmit our own communications and make them, this guy's a phony, and make it sound like someone else is sending them. That's all.
That seems what we would do for sure.
That's all signals intelligence.
That
so
sounds like shit we would do, because we already do shit like that with our social media.
Yeah. Are you at the computer, or are you still hell diving?
I'm hell diving, but I can stop.
Well, I was going to say, if you're Google Rivet Rider.
You Google it and tell us, share, please. Because I'm not. You're in space?
I'm scanning stuff.
But I'm trying to survive for once. I got one life left.
Fine.
Yeah. Plus, you can do angry typing. You can do angry typing. That'd be great. Yay! That's what we've been waiting for. That's what we've been waiting for. Oh, man. That's what we needed. We needed a bit of that right now, guys. We needed a bit.
Everyone needs a little bit of angry typing in their life.
Yeah. Yeah, smart typing.
Okay, so I googled Rivet Rider, and the first result took me to the Lockheed EC-130.
Okay, so the Lockheed, isn't that a military company?
That's
a military weapons company. See, yes, I told you evil. Oh, go. Come on. Please, simmer.
Just simmer for a little bit. So most people familiar with aviation know about the C-130 Hercules, the transport aircraft. Four propellers, good at landing in rough airfields, used by almost like quite a few countries. So again, it's a cargo airplane that just jammed electronics in, and it has a whole bunch of specialized variants.
Ooh, specialized variants.
Airborne Battlefield Command and Control Center was based on the basic C-130
Wait, this is a real thing? When was this made?
It's a real aircraft.
But you tell me where, when, and please tell us more. This
aircraft operated until the 1990s in the U.S. Navy. So quite a few of these
are. They say it doesn't operate anymore? That's bullshit, but it does.
So they've been replaced by more modern ones.
Ooh, what are those called? Or are they secret?
Let me check in a second. I'll get there.
Thank you. And Bruce says, Brad is so disappointed in us that we are here for the angry typing instead of the actual topic. No, he loves this. He's flattered. I'm
disappointed in the governments of the world, not our viewers.
Yeah, because he wanted to be in the future war, and I'm like, no, let's talk about it freaking happening now first. Like what war would be like right now with space. Okay, the other one, while he's looking that up, is collateral damage, the Kessler syndrome, which we keep coming back to. We talked about in space debris. It's where every destroyed satellite becomes shrapnel. One war One war could create a domino effect that turns orbit into a death zone. That
I
would
feel like this is
Earth.
specifically about like combat in orbit.
Well, it's how war in space. It's both, and then the
Yeah, but
Earth.
say
and
it's
we
like
lose
100 years from
everything.
now, lunar colonies rebel and are like, you know what, government Earth, fuck you, we're out of here. We're not gonna listen to your shit. So,
But it does
I
say
feel like
that
even that
war
is
in
very
space.
recent.
Yeah. But it says war in space would be long-range, robotic, digital, and physics-heavy. No flashy explosions, just cold,
Everything's physics heavy.
calculated destruction that could cripple life on Earth without a single shot fired on the ground. That's what the starting info would have.
Yeah, I mean, an asteroid can do all that with having nothing to do with the military.
Wouldn't that be great? And then everybody on Earth thought that somebody started a war and they didn't. And then we destroy ourselves as well. Just saying.
I don't know if that would be great.
But it'd be kind of funny and ironic.
It's like an interesting thought experiment.
If like, oh, like so-and-so thought they started the war, but no, it was like just a satellite going by, or I mean a meteor that just sort of, and then like oopsies.
I mean,
Everybody
some
was
of
already on
the,
edge and thought we did it, you know. And
that almost happened in the like 60s and 80s with the nuclear.
because of the
thing.
Titans Cold War tensions. That makes sense. Did it? Did it almost happen? Tell me when. Tell me, please.
Where it was literally like, oh, the satellites that were specifically designed to detect nuclear launches, because all they did was look at missile silos all the time and be like, hey, let me know when these look like people are firing missiles at us. And it ended up being that like stereotypical, oh, it was the reflection off the upper atmosphere or a fucking weather balloon or some random shit like that set
A
it
weather
off.
balloon. Oh my god, I can't.
And then the like military technicians that look after these things are like, I don't believe that, and they end up like averting nuclear war because they
That's
didn't
good.
trust the shitty systems.
Oh, well, that's good. So they saved us from nuclear war.
They saved us from ourselves.
So the
Anyway,
Alice
I'm
should
gonna
have-
read this. I'm gonna read this crap so I can go back to my
please do.
not being on the PC.
No, it's good. Then we need more angry typing. They'll
So
help
the
us
Rivet
warm
Rider
up. Okay.
is a variant of the EC-130. So the E at the beginning means it's an electronic
I
warfare
was
variant.
about to ask what the E meant. I was so excited to find out what the E meant.
So
Electronic
basically,
warfare.
here's a cargo airplane that's been modified to basically fuck up enemy communications. So the River Rider modifications include VHF and UHF worldwide format color TV, so they can basically take over like TV signals.
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Fake news in the air, man. Vertical
but-
trailing
but
wire
they already
antenna,
did it
infrared
through
countermeasures, chaff flare dispensers plus infrared jammers, fire suppressant foam.
This is
Radar-
all from
radar-
that plane? That
Radar,
plane?
yes, radar
How
warning
big is
receivers.
this plane?
Let me get this.
How many are there? Which countries have them?
It's 100 feet long, wingspan of 132 feet,
Holy shit.
maximum
And where
takeoff
is it?
weight 175,000 pounds. It was just the United States Air Force that did this.
Oh, now they have a new plane that they got from their best friends in, what, Bruce?
Oh,
Remember
Qatar
that?
giving them Air Force One? I
Yeah.
think that's pretty...
Yeah,
It's like,
and
wait,
it's full
wait,
of gold
so you
in
want-
there.
I like that. So it's like, okay, so you want to increase domestic manufacturing, so you're going
But
to
you'll
you're going to get Air Force One from a country in the Middle East.
yeah, that makes sense. See, guys?
Those aren't congruent. What do you mean, Orange Man?
He means it's got gold inside, okay? You don't understand.
It's totally not a $400 million bribe. I'm just...
No, it's not. It's a
It's his
gift.
friends giving you an airplane.
It's gift from his best friends while he shits on Canada. Yeah. Anyway,
Maybe we should
okay.
give him Air Force One.
Maybe we should give him our own, and it'll be full of like. No, he wouldn't want it. He wouldn't want ours because it wouldn't have the gold in it. It could just be full of water. He opens a plane and all this water
Ooh,
comes
here's-
out. Here you go.
Here's one.
Here's water. This is what you wanted, right? Okay.
So another variant is called the Compass Call. That's its like
what's
code
that?
name for this aircraft. Is an electronic attack aircraft flown by the United States Air Force.
Oh,
Based on the Lockheed Hercules, the aircraft is heavily modified to disrupt enemy command and control communications, perform offensive counter-information operations, I like the sound of that, and carry out other kinds of electronic attacks. Asterisk classified.
Ooh,
Planned upgrades will
classified.
add the ability to attack early warning and acquisition radars. It can be deployed worldwide at short notice to support U.S. and Allied strategic, tactical, air, surface, and special operations forces.
Where is it now?
AKA Black Ops.
Black Ops. But where is it now? Undisclosed location?
Well, no. Where is it? I think it has...
Where do they send the one when they replace...
The 55th Electronic Combat Group is based in Davis Monthan Air Base, which is... Where's that? California? Oh, it's in Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh. Huh. There
Yeah,
you go,
anyway, the
Marina.
U.S. Air Force has quite a few, like, electronic attack and support aircraft, which are specifically designed to, like, this will kind of hover over a battlefield and be able to intercept enemy, like, oh, the enemy radar is looking for our, like, friendly aircraft, so let's disrupt them so they can't shoot our aircraft down.
Allied
Stuff like that. Or let's fly over there and start messing up their TV signals, so their own propaganda to get their public on their side isn't going to work. We'll just jam their TV broadcasts.
mission coordinates. Allied destroyer has
Can they tell that I've muted them? Is that why they want to leave? Or is it just because I suck tonight? Okay, so,
Orbit synchronized.
Bruce said, talked about space debris here before, did it in class right after that, and now I'm ready to talk about space debris again. Bruce, we're talking about war in
Supposed
space.
to be the sequel, how it could be used as a military weapon.
But yeah, it's true. It apparently, that's one of the things that would happen.
Yeah,
and then
in the near future, like I said, it's
in the near future,
not
it's
so much
almost likely.
Not so much an obstacle, but it's definitely a problem because we're not advanced to the point to just kind of circumvent that with weapons that won't do that, and we obviously haven't cleaned up our orbit, so all that stuff is still out there.
Aw, Yo 11's glad he made the space chat. Thanks, Yo. Could you contribute
Yo,
with smart stuff? Yo 11's pretty cool.
talking
He's in there.
talking about war in space.
Yeah. Near war for
Using
now.
our age range. What is that? What's our age range again?
Old. We're old.
Oh,
yeah,
hey, you're old. Welcome to old. Population U.
I'm gonna have a counter for every time you call Brad Bruce. I'm sorry, Bruce. It is kind of confusing. And none of those weapons would ever help us against religious zealots that have goats with 40-year-old AKs. Bruce, you have a point. Bruce, as usual. Bruce is not stupid. You're right. Those planes, he's saying, basically wouldn't stop the... Well, to be fair, it seems to me like this war in space kind of thing would be more against nations, although that would be interesting to think of a country doing war on itself.
I get the reference. That was a
Especially
war
if
against
they
a
fly,
nation.
especially if they can do flying away on, like, you know, an airplane that doesn't even, it's not even American. I mean, maybe they wouldn't care about causing war in space.
Well, okay, on that kind of parallel, imagine space travel proliferates to it's not necessarily easy, but it's certainly possible for anyone just to be able to go into space.
Oh my god.
Kind of like
Yeah,
how
like right now.
air travel went from only rich people do that to it's happening all the fucking time, almost to the point of it's boring.
Yeah, it is
People
boring.
any kind of extremist could certainly get up there and, hey, I turned this spaceship into a rod from God. I'm going to fly it into something at 70,000 miles an hour.
Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, no, that'd be terrible.
no.
But likely, like, what's his face doing shit like that? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's
dangerous times. I'm just saying. Okay, so how would war happen in space? Are space-based weapons platforms like armed satellites? Ooh,
yeah. I think that would be
orbiting drones with laser.
The most primitive kind of war in space would probably be orbital platforms with lasers and missiles on them, and us getting attacked by them and trying to shoot them down. That would be the most, I think, basic form of
That's like
space war. Because then we don't need to worry about how do you have life support on like a space equivalent of a battle cruiser or something. How would you even build that or get it into space? It's like, well, I'll put a space station up there with missiles on it. The end.
There you go.
That could probably happen within the next like 10 or 15 years if we
Well,
want
that'd
to.
be great. Well, let's get on it already, you know? And then I like this thing, orbital mines, autonomous dormant weapons that just float until activated. Hard to detect, perfect for sabotage or surprise attacks. I like surprise attacks. That sounds sexy.
Surprise! I mean, all the space junk literally is that already.
That's all dormant mines. You're right. You're right. Because we talked about space debris last week.
The way to like deliberately make them offensive would be to put little like computers and boosters on them. To be like, okay, well, once something shows up, like now attack and aim them at stuff. But right now it's just all.
Done that? What if they've done that and we don't know that?
How do you know?
We don't know.
It'd be able to hide. It'd be able to hide pretty easily.
Right with their freaking stupid, we're rich, we're putting shit up in space. What if they're already doing sketchy shit like that?
I mean, they put Katy Perry up there, so who knows what they're going to do.
Exactly! Talk about weapons in space. Dormant freaking... Oh my god.
Katie's of mass destruction.
Sorry, but not a fan, girl. Anyway,
So lasers, because of no recoil.
He really wants to talk about laser beams. You go ahead.
Well, there's a reason they're in science fiction because of no recoil thing. But like you said, you have huge power demands and cooling requirements.
They're not going to happen yet.
We don't really know how to make efficient ones yet. So yeah, they wouldn't work. Railguns, though, totally working on that.
So what are railguns? They're in this video game, and like they seem to be kind of a big deal. And I'm like, what are they? What are railguns? What's the deal about railguns? I don't understand railguns.
What's the deal?
What's the deal about railguns?
So, an important distinction to make right away.
Wait, Katie is a DEFCON 1 level threat, says Bruce, just so you know.
I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Points for DEFCON references.
Yeah, there you go.
So right away, railguns are different than a coil gun or a Gauss rifle. They're all electromagnetic linear weapons, but they operate differently. So it'd be like saying a trebuchet is not a crossbow, even though they're basically throwing stuff at you.
We have crossbows in this game as well. God, I'm getting the shit kicked out of me by the flash mob. Okay, well...
So, a coil gun is called that because there's a barrel, and it has a coil around it. Like, imagine one of those crazy coils. Like, it basically just spirals around the barrel. And it's electromagnetically charged, so it induces a current that will push a magnetically charged bullet through the barrel. So those are coil guns, or Gauss rifles. And railguns use the same kind of principle, but it's in that it's electromagnetic. But there's two. But the stereo, like, all of them have 2 or 4 rails.
I'm having a really hard time.
And there's a current running through, like, into one, and it runs through the projectile into the other rail, and that completes the circuit.
Is that a thing that even exists, or is that something that we're talking about?
People can make them at home, and the U.S. military is working on it. Because science.
But why? That's an actual weapon we have?
I mean, it's the same reason how maglev trains work.
Ideas.
Build a maglev train at home and free yourself from gasoline.
Wait, it would work as emplacement of gasoline?
Don't weaponize trains.
You can make it in... Wait, train?
Okay, so...
Okay,
magnetic levitation.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start... Okay.
So it basically uses electromagnetism to push the train along on rails. A railgun is kind of like that, only instead of moving a train around, you're moving bullets around.
Oh my god. Bruce says, because we are Americans, because we are God-blessed Americans, we have the freedom to have railguns. Jeez. He's joking. He's being funny. But I'm sure maybe that is an argument. Does somebody really have railguns at home? Like, this is my shotgun, this is my railgun. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like it's not so much as complicated, you just need to want to do it.
Sounds like a weird thing to do, though. Like, in my spare time, what do you do in your spare time? I like to make railguns, you know?
It's like, I don't know if you've met any, like, scientists and chemists and stuff. They are kind of weird, and they do nerdy shit. This is just one that pokes around with electromagnetism.
That's because they don't understand magnetism. It's a good kind. Why do you think we have more guns than people? That's off topic. The extra guns are real guns, says Bruce. Oh. Are they, though? I don't know. That's kind of...
Huh?
I don't know. He's just wanting to talk about guns. But it's more in space. So, okay. More, please. I don't know. More, please. Hold on. My sources trust me, bro. You right? No, I don't know. I don't really like that.
Yeah, railguns are a futuristic, like, war in space kind of technology because, like,
why?
lasers, they don't have recoil.
What's the problem with recoil? We just don't want it coming back at us. That's what that means? Is that all that means?
No. So say if you're an astronaut holding a rifle in space, like an AK-47 or an M16 or a C7 or some modern rifle, and you start firing it, you're going to fly backwards and go all over the place. Because the chemical explosion that makes the gun fire the bullet will send you backwards.
Okay.
And that's not good for any kind of weapon platform, whether it's a large one or a small one. So they're like, you know what, how do we mitigate that? I don't know, use weapons that don't have any recoil or extremely low recoil. So, push a missile at the door and let its rocket fire afterwards away from the space drop. Okay, recoil diminished, because the missile's dealing with that shit.
Well, right now, are there weapons on the space station and stuff like that?
No. So far, the only weapon in space that's been developed was built by the Russians in the 70s, I think.
Well, wait, can you tell us more about that? Because I didn't know. Like, I'm like, are there any weapons in space right now?
Well, that we know of, so far there's no weapons in space.
That we know of. That we know of.
Package acquired.
Yeah.
Outpost clear.
Hold on, I don't remember all the details about it, so I gotta look this up.
Yeah, that'd be good, because...
Soviet gun in space. Yeah, the TP-82, there we go.
What's the TP-82?
Oh wait, no, that was a pistol. What?
What? There's a pistol in space? Oh, jeez.
It is intended as a survival aid to be used after landing and before recovering in the... Oh, okay, this was what was given to cosmonauts in case they landed in the woods and had to shoot fucking bears and stuff, I guess. So this...
After re-entry?
Yeah.
That's
so
stupid.
This is weapons that they brought to space and brought back, so that doesn't count.
Just in case they had to save themselves from bears. If they didn't land in the water and they landed and they depressurized? You don't have to depressurize it? How does it even work?
Salyut 3.
Oh.
Was a Soviet space station launched in 1974. It was the second Almaz military space station.
The 70s were great, I guess, eh?
It included the Salyut program. It was included in the Salyut program to disguise its true military nature. Due to the military nature of the station, the Soviet Union was reluctant to release information about its design and about the missions relating to the station. Spooky. Huh. Totally
and
not
now
sus.
We know?
Description. Salyut 3 consisted of an airlock chamber, a large diameter work compartment, and a small diameter living compartment, giving a total habitable volume of 90 cubic meters, or 3,200 square cubic feet. 2 solar arrays, 1 docking port, 2 main engines, yada yada yada. Station came equipped with showers, sleeping station for the bed. Where's the gun part?
I don't know, but Bruce said something.
Gun. The Salyut 3, although called a civilian station, was equipped with a self-defense gun, which had been designed for use aboard the station, and whose design is attributed to Alexander Ludovic. Some accounts claim that the station was equipped with a Vulcan gun, which is a variant of the 23mm aircraft cannon, or possibly 30mm gun. Later Russian sources indicate the gun was virtually unknown in the West. Richter R-23.
Wow.
These claims are reportedly verified by Popovich, who had visited the station orbit as commander of Soyuz 14.
Huh.
The gun was fixed to the station in such a way that the only way to aim would be to change the orientation of the entire station. So it's kind of like a self-propelled.
That'd be slow. Be like, marking. I'd be like, mark the. Okay, prepare for this, and then it'd take a while. Okay, Bruce said most astronauts from Russia would land in Siberia, so that makes sense. And shooting a gun like that in space would be like doing a backflip every time you shot more than once. That's why he's talking about the recoil. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the entry literally said it's for when they land down in the Siberian wilderness. It's like...
There you go.
It's coming right for us!
So... When it says... Okay, hold on.
What?
Burn. I'm letting the flesh mob burn. It's gotta burn. I hope it doesn't kill me still. Burn, flesh mob, burn. Oh my god, it's so gross. I'm sorry, it's very distracting. I should have done Elite Dangerous, eh? Because then I could, like, be in the calm of space while this happened, you know?
Requesting sentry.
This is much more chaotic, just so you know. It's harder. It's harder to concentrate on war in space when you're in the war against the Illuminate, you know? Does that make sense?
Say hello to democracy!
Brad is gone. Brad is gone. I repeat, Brad is gone. Brad, are you gone? Brad? Oh my god, we lost Brad. I think we lost Brad. Did we lose me? Did we lose me or Brad? Brad is breach containment? Okay.
I was jammed by a rivet rider.
There you go. Don't know what that is. Is that an interference thing? Oh god, that sounds horrible. It sounds like he's stumbling into a bunch of bottles. This could be bad. Brad, are you okay?
What?
Yeah,
I was...
We heard a lot of bottles. Like, oh no, Brad. Are you okay? Like, this has suddenly turned into an intervention.
I'm putting a single empty back into a case that I bought like 4 days ago. Whoa.
Oh, you should have heard how loud it sounded. I mean, I don't want to judge, but... Whew, I was a little concerned there. It sounded like you were stumbling over, like, oh god, these guys. This is not good. I'm in trouble.
It sounds like clinking glasses, so the whole still around is reaching. You're reaching. It's okay.
Bruce says all those bottles are Jack Daniels. Don't... I care about my friend. I hope not. Let me imagine that they're like clanging like bottles of water in glass. He's so fancy, he gets bottles of water in glass.
Yeah, I drink Perrier.
Yeah.
Bitches.
Yeah, and that's all that was. He stays hydrated, and that's all that is. Nothing to worry about. Don't be worried. It's fine. He's doing great. Okay, that's off topic. We could talk about that later. Food and drink in space. I mean, astronauts aren't allowed to drink, but if humans...
That's like for a future episode, yeah.
It should be, because, like, I'm curious.
It is.
I mean, obviously they don't let astronauts drink, but now that they're not having astronauts going into space, they're having just anybody. Do you think they're having wine when they go up there and shit like that? They're probably drinking champagne in fucking space.
Maybe.
Probably.
I mean, it'd be kind of,
The guy's on ketamine or whatever, isn't he? Isn't the guy doing freaking drugs anyway? Oh yeah, they're doing shit in space.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well do drugs in space, because drinking would be hard, because of the low gravity, so you need, it'd be kind of anticlimactic to drink champagne out of one of those, like, Capri Sun fucking space drink dispenser things, so it doesn't all float away.
Bruce says, back to the war in the abyss of space where nobody will hear you scream. Yeah. I'm trying. Oh, I just got stuck. Now I'm stuck. Nope, not stuck. They took down the walls. This is not very good for me to play and try and do this. The Illuminati are much deadlier. I'm dead. Okay.
Are you fighting on Super Earth?
No, not yet. We're getting there. We have 2 planets to go. Okay, military spacecraft, what they'd actually be like right now, not in the future imagination, which we'll definitely get into in another episode. Real space warships wouldn't look like X-Wings, Brad. They'd be armored cylinders, optimized for radiation shielding, heat dissipation, and modular weapons. They'd be unmanned at first, and they'd be propulsion as a weapon. Thrusters could serve double duty. Shooting jets of superheated gas or particles toward enemies in close combat. That seems boring. And then it did mention stealth in space, the impossible game. Since there's no hiding from infrared, everything radiates heat, especially in space. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Space is fucking cold.
So invisible ships would need insane cooling systems or clever camouflage. So solar shadows and EM silence? This sounds cool. Hide behind planets or moons, cut all comms, drift instead of thrust. Ooh, space ninjas are real, just slow.
I like how your source just talks about it like it knows everything already. It's like, we haven't even done that yet, so how do you know it's not going to work? Humans can be pretty ingenious when they want to kill each other.
Humans are stupid. But yeah, you're right. When they want to kill each other, we get really clever. You're not wrong about that.
So we've probably figured out stealth here. A lot of it is like counterintelligence. Like, oh, your sensors are really good at picking us up, then we're gonna fuck with your sensors so you can't rely on them.
That goes back to the first thing I mentioned, which we fucked with
suddenly we're invisible.
Well, we'd be invisible just by getting satellite comms interfered with, right?
Ships and airplanes are designed specific ways to reflect radar beams. So it's like, just the shape of them itself is like, that's stealthy. Whether it's pointy like the F-117 or not.
Bruce, this isn't ChatGPT, but you can ask it. They did it because they don't love you. He asked why his familiar figures left him. No, they're still there. He's got it. Don't blame yourself. Blame ChatGPT. Where's my shit?
Tagging map, north, 50 meters.
Okay. Well, then what do you have to say about this? I know you want to get to the future war in space, but biological and psychological warfare in space, radiation bombs, and psych ops via satellites. So it's gonna go back to the satellites, I think, big time. If it were now. You
should probably pick one.
Those are two different options. Radiation bombs.
You talked about like 6 things that could be like an entire episode just on that. You're jumping on to the next thing.
No, these are all the... Well, I'm
satellites?
just giving them
out.
out.
Want to talk about
I don't want to just talk about satellites. I want to talk about all these things in the first episode of what can happen right now. Well then pick.
Maybe have like a sentence or two about a topic before moving on to the next one.
Oh, Mr. Space Guy, I'm trying my best here.
So you're talking about satellites would be just basic cylinders and shit.
I don't know.
Which is kind of like how they already are. So yeah, satellites will continue to be designed as they are, and we'll add guns to them. Or the satellites themselves will be the weapon, like you said. They'd just be flying around smashing into shit.
Space debris, yeah. Accidentally set off course, but not accidentally. They could really do something and make it look like an accident, but it wouldn't be an accident. They just do it.
Oh no, random space debris destroyed your spy satellite. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, oh, too bad you can't prove that we didn't actually mean it on purpose. Like, that could be a thing, couldn't it?
It's probably already a thing because we can do it.
Yeah. Do you think it's already happened?
Probably.
For some comms?
Well, think of it this way. The military doesn't even tell us when they launch satellites, so they're going to tell us when they get fucked up.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna tell us that. Oh, we got somebody new saying, Gauge Key says it needs propulsion. There's no gravity. Won't it just slow down? Yeah, the gravity thing does affect this whole thing.
But yeah, a lot of stuff has like very small thrusters and stuff to keep it from falling down to Earth because of gravity, or just like little maneuvering engines to get it. Hey, I need to aim over here.
But debris in space that we talked about last week, it doesn't need. It already has, like, it's already in speed rotation, so it doesn't need, it's not being propelled, is it? How is that working? No, I forget already.
Like, space debris is just kind of floating around there.
Yeah.
And like a landslide would totally destroy whatever it's in front of just because of its mass. But if you want to direct things, you need some way to navigate it.
And that takes satellites.
sometimes, well, we're talking about satellites in general, but I'm talking about like specific engines and things.
Oh yeah, propulsion.
If you want to think outside the box, because the sun is obviously up there, and because
wait, is it? No, I'm kidding.
The radiation of heat and light off of surfaces can be used to very subtly maneuver things. Even just painting one side of something white and painting the other side black will mean there's a differential there, and it will move like that.
Really?
Thermal radiation that way will, it's extremely minor compared to, hey, we'll just put some engines on it. But the fact that you could passively do things like that, it wouldn't be detected. You wouldn't see like rocket thrust or that it wouldn't be detectable in that way.
Oh.
Or rocket engine's pretty easy to see on infrared.
Oh.
Tagging map. East. Far.
Or like solar sails. You just radiation pressure to maneuver like that. But again, it's kind of fragile and
I like
slow.
the idea of solar sails. I mean, they're even in some of the Aliens movies because they're significant, on the ships they're used.
Yeah, because that's like
one of the ways
like
that we would
a near-ish future, because it's been something that we like. There's been scientific studies and papers on like, hey, how could we build this? So it's not just like a science fiction. Oh yeah, maybe we'll do this in 5,000 years. It's like we might be able to build this if we figured out a couple, hurdles.
Oh no!
One thing is kind of like how do you make a kite that's 80 miles wide?
I don't know. How do you?
In space? Well, you don't. That's why we haven't figured it out yet and built it.
Oh shit! It's coming for me! It's coming for me! No, you son of a bitch! You damn it!
Should have had a Soviet space pistol.
But moving toward the future like you want it does talk about space defense tactics. Orbital fortresses like battle stations guarding choke points like Lagrange points or lunar gateways. Do we have any lunar gateways right now?
No.
Oh, that's disappointing. Why don't we have lunar gateways?
Not there yet.
Damn it. And swarm defense. Deploy fleets of micro drones to intercept incoming threats. But we aren't there yet either.
I feel like that's closer.
It is closer?
The lunar gateway thing would be like, okay, if we get, say we have a city or multiple bases on the moon where we reliably need consistent travel.
Mm-hmm. Lunar gateways sound sexy.
You would have to build some kind of interplanetary network, or at least this is lunar network.
Like the
mass
way
drivers,
we
shooting
have with
cargo
airplane and like we have for shipping lanes for water and all that.
Kind of. Or we can think of, like, say, when the American Wild West was opened up with the railway. There was, like, nothing all over the place, and the railway went out, and then a whole bunch of frontier towns kind of appeared along the railway.
Yeah, and then they end up dead because we abandon them when businesses decide to move on. That's not depressing. What if they end up... Oh, what if that happens in space and we have, like, lunar gateways, and then they also abandon those as corporations get swallowed up or whatever, and we end up with, like, ghost lunar gateways,
like
ghost towns in space.
Say you have a ship that needs...
space! Yeah, please go on.
I guess.
No, please go on. Yeah. Carry on.
Well, say you have spacecraft that need to refuel every 100,000 miles to get it to the moon with its cargo, and it leaves Earth, gets to orbit in the space station and fuels up, picks up more cargo and passengers, whatever. Mm-hmm. We're going to the moon and we're bringing, whatever the fuck the moon ordered from Amazon or whatever the fuck else. It's bringing physical cargo, not just data, and then it has to keep refueling. In 50 years, we develop more efficient engines that don't need to be refueled. They can get the whole way to the moon and all their cargo without refueling. Then suddenly all these basically gas stations along the way don't need to be visited frequently.
But that'd be nice,
So
because then they don't have to be cleaned as often.
They would kind of descend into ghost towns, or they'd be taken over by, like, pirates and barbarians and shit.
Space Pirates! Space Pirates would be a great episode.
Totally gonna steal this stuff. Because no one really cares about it anymore. It's up for grabs.
That'd be great. That's probably where we would get foragers, like in the movies where they have people who, are, looking for space junk.
One of the stereotypes is the asteroid belt.
Okay.
A lot of science fiction that I've read has to do, like, belters is like a nickname that sometimes they're called because they're in an asteroid belt. But it's kind of like, because it's such a like volatile space, there's potential to be killed by asteroids smack into this stuff, and it's kind of hard to map and navigate. So it's a good kind of frontier for like pirates and bounty hunters and people that don't want to be found to live. It would be really hard for like a centralized government to look after that kind of shit. So that would be like the Wild West of the solar system.
I don't think the citizens are going to make it. I don't think anybody's getting out of here alive. I'm sorry. I think I failed all the citizens. There's literally... This is so bad. This is so bad. I feel so bad. I am not at my best right now. This has been horrible for the citizens. Who will think of the citizens? Most of those towns didn't make it, but most of the people just moved. It wasn't that bad, Bruce. It was bad. I'm from a city that was a railway town. It devastated it. I mean, yeah, it's still there and in factory and shit, but especially the little towns.
Think of, like, okay, so a more modern analogy than the railway towns would be kind of like, imagine a town that's dependent on a single industry, like logging or automobile manufacture, and the company is like, no, we're going to make it somewhere else now.
Bruce said Star Wars kind of went into that as well with the asteroid belt. Look at Bruce knowing about Star Wars. You're too young to know about Star Wars, kid. I'm just kidding. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So it did?
What?
Huh? It did? Okay.
What?
What
did?
Nothing. Star Wars using the asteroid belt.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
I don't remember how they used it. I'm sorry.
I think the Expanse is another one that does that. Space Above and Beyond, I think, did that.
Nobody is too young to enjoy Star Wars, says Bruce. Fair.
Thank you.
Fair.
I was gonna wait for someone to say it because I knew someone would.
Bruce said it.
Like, I don't know if you noticed, there's been other Star Wars movies since the 1970s and 80s. So
yeah, which is why I would understand why nobody would care about it, but
but you'd be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It means you've got something to learn.
I'm wrong all the time. That's true. That's true. Avoid killing the citizens. Well, maybe they shouldn't get in the way of the gunfire.
They got in the way.
Yeah. So...
But yeah, any town that had domestic industry basically leave. I grew up in a town that was founded by the logging industry. Clearly we're not dependent on logging anymore, and it's kind of...
now it's a tourist town. Right?
No, there's like nothing fucking going on. It's hard to find work there. I don't live there anymore.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that's kind of like what could happen in space. We're like, hey, we have these...
That's probably likely what we'll do. We'll use up the resources of wherever we go, and then we'll, move on.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about technologically advancing beyond the point of needing them, and they just do it somewhere else.
Oh.
They totally still log on Earth. It's more economical to do it elsewhere. So the whole industry was just like, thanks, but thanks for your services. See ya. You're being let go, but on the scale of a town. So yeah, it'll totally happen in space.
The whole town is like, though.
Requesting sentry.
Yeah, that happened. Well, what are your thoughts about war in space? Anybody rating out?
Space hooks could be like a stepping stone.
To war in space?
Yeah, because they're in like low Earth orbits, so they could be weapon platforms to attack the surface and also fire things up into space. They could be like...
Another step towards galactic liberation.
It's a
like
dry
how they have-
topic. It's a dry topic, really. Unless we are proceeded forward to the future and imagining space warfare, even though it goes against gravity. Because it is... we'd have to be way beyond the physics of it. Right now, it's boring as in the likelihood is just knocking out the satellites, disrupting comms.
Well, think of it this way: for
attacking
thousands of years,
places.
all we did was run at people with swords and bow and arrows and shit, and then within like a couple hundred years,
Grenade!
we went from fucking gunpowder to ballistic missiles.
Yes.
So space is going to be kind of
What injury?
unexciting space combat where we have AI and drones doing everything, and
Yeah.
no lasers, and then suddenly technology will be like, hey, we figured out all that sci-fi shit, and now everyone's got a fucking X-Wing.
So we know what's his face, the Nazi guy. He's real interested in space travel for colonizing Mars, and what I had read was that Mars would probably be one of the places we would want to have as like it probably would be a battleground of some kind, just like it is gonna be
It's the
here in
closest
the
habitable
story.
planet, so it makes
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, even in this story, the Helldivers video game, it's the main story that we're probably going to be there battling soon, right?
Sure.
So-
Even in a very inaccurate game like that, right?
Yeah, even in an inaccurate game like this, they know that Mars is going to be prior to Super Earth, right? What I'm thinking is, so do you think What's-His-Face also wants to colonize Mars because you know those rich billionaires, they have money dealing with answering governments, dealing with weapons manufacturers and shit, all that money in that. Do you think they are planning shit like that stuff? No, I'm not conspiratorial. I'm just saying, like, from a logistical point of view, are they thinking futuristically, like domination, owning battlegrounds, blah blah blah? Do you think that's part of it? Maybe. Does that make sense? I mean, because, like, why? It's not like the urgency seems to be about exploring space, because these ships are just going up into the atmosphere. Yay, Katy Perry's in space! And then whatever. There's not really, it doesn't seem like there's this actual real desire to actually care about supporting.
There hasn't been significant political will
exploration.
to keep going into space.
If
Well, 'cause-
anything, they're taking money away now from those particular projects we used to be into for that, and putting
It's like
it
the Apollo
into the
missions.
billionaire guy.
The public stopped being interested, so the government's like, well, there's no support for us spending money on these huge, expensive projects, so we're not going to do it.
And they just want to do fucking space tourism that makes some money that's just
Well,
like up here
that's
we're
not-
going, and then
that's
down there.
not the
That's not.
government.
Well, they're
That's a
partially
private company
involved.
charging. That's a private company charging hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it's economical for them to do it. That's why it's
there's
happening.
a few of them though. There's a couple that are, yeah, but the government's also okay it. That's the thing, and that's a bit disturbing to me. Like, what happened to? I don't know. What happened to the things we had dreamed about? It's not about
What?
global effort. It's not about global effort for anything. It's just about let's
It
send.
hasn't been for. I was going to say a while, but when was it ever?
Yeah, maybe we were just disillusioned and sold a dream. I mean, now it's not even. I don't know. It's like
What are you talking about?
Sample collected.
the fact that we are funding the idea of weaponizing space, weaponizing defense systems in space. Where there is discussion of that, while they take funding away from the things, the NASA programs that we did used to support, and it's kind of just
I
disappointing.
mean, I guess if you want to think like that, like your
It's not
taxes go to the
thinking.
government. It's your taxes go to the government, who then spend it sometimes on weapons. So, are you funding war? Yeah, you kind of are.
But
So, if you want to think of it like that, yeah.
those companies will help us propel us further our research of space history. Will they though? Will they though? Are they though?
Yeah, they will.
Oh, when?
Today you carved another foothold in a long
I don't know.
climb
Doesn't feel like it. I hope so, but I hope that it encourages, that it makes countries... See, what it's doing is making countries want to...
companies and government bad?
Okay,
I mean, if you want to discuss war in space, you kind of have to get over the hurdle of whether it's, like...
Well, there's budget proposals. There's cuts happening to the space program for NASA. There's a chainsaw taken to it, and a meat axe to the space agency. So that's happening while at the same time, more money is being given to people like Musk. Trump's proposed 2026 NASA budget cuts will cede our space position of leadership to
I'm
other nations.
I'm not going to talk about current political bullshit.
Well, I know, but it does impact if you're thinking about possibility of war in space. If other countries get to advance not only their exploration programs, how to get that many kills, but also there are the other things that go with that, which NASA was involved with the defense, as well in that. I don't know. I just find it curious. It's interesting. I think that the other countries are going to have a foothold in this way, and that's fine. Whatever. But...
Yeah, like what I said like an hour ago. How about the next century isn't going to belong to America? Other countries are going to surpass it, like America surpassed England, France, and Spain in the previous centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when the Romans ruled the known world? Hey, their turn's over.
I know.
Someone else is going to have their day. And it's going to be who figures that shit out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an entire other country is going to get to Mars and start colonizing it. And be like, don't fucking come here.
Yeah, that could happen. That could happen. The companies get knowledge by getting money to explore space, says Bruce. They are indirectly giving us more information about space. What information have we been getting about space, though? If they're going to be affecting the programs like the telescope, James Webb, and all that, taking funding away from those, how are we going to get more information about space?
A lot of scientific endeavors are backed by companies that will reap the rewards of that science. It doesn't necessarily mean malicious science. It could be medicine.
Okay.
Or social science.
I don't think that certain corporations will want to give us anything from that. We do need more cooperation.
There's a portion of people that are going to be fucking assholes. Like, that's not really worth even mentioning. That's a given.
Bruce says we do need more cooperation between governments into space, but we also need more support for NASA. Exactly. Well, now we're getting less money for NASA. They're going to get cuts and get less money out from the military, but that's not going to happen for a little while. Exactly, Bruce. Because we're losing. We're losing money for NASA, so that's gonna suck. I mean, that's gonna suck, especially when we talked about, like last time, we talked about space debris, and the stations, right, that are going to be coming out of commission within the next 10 years. How are they going to be funded properly coming down? I don't know. I just wonder. I mean, we get information in space just because we said fuck. Okay, got you, Bruce.
Hellpods Prime.
I don't know. I just wonder.
There's plenty of infrastructure here on Earth that's getting abandoned and dilapidated because people don't care.
I know. That's what I mean. So
yeah, that happens. That's going to happen in the future and in space and on other planets. Because right now it's human nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
there's some things like just the size of space makes certain things kind of impractical. Not impossible or implausible, but it wouldn't make sense to do certain things.
Like what? Elaborate, please, while I drop into this zone.
Well, like the Illuminati attacking the solar system in Helldivers, for example. Like Super Earth could lay a minefield. Like it would be physically possible to do so if you have like infinite time for example, to lay a minefield that fills the whole solar system. So no matter where they entered or how much they flew, and they'd be flying into space mines full shit. Well, yeah, but even if the Ministry of Truth is like, fuck it, it's the sacrifice that's worth it to defend Super Earth, and
yeah,
we
they totally
seed outer space with mines, it wouldn't make sense to do that. You would waste so much material and time laying this colossally massive minefield. It's like, why don't we build something else? Like a frickin' giant laser.
Well, they did the DSS, yeah. They tried the Penrose siphon. Now we're just.
Or maybe you have some mad scientists like, we're gonna fuck up space-time so that their engines don't work. The fabric of space is gonna get torn apart.
Shit. That'd be something. I mean, we need something to happen.
There's one technology. I think it's in GURPS. It's basically like an RPG in the future setting. But it was kind of like the answer to, well, why don't we just nuke stuff? They're called nuclear dampers. It was basically like an energy shield where those kinds of nuclear reactions are impossible. So it would prevent nuclear weapons from functioning. So that was their defense against nukes. But you could use that to, like, certain, like, the kind of advanced engines wouldn't work that rely on things like that. Or a version of that kind of dampener that would, you know, say, mess up electronics or electromagnetic fields. Yeah. It's like, hey, your railguns don't work because we turned off local magnetism. It's like kind of weird shit like that. You could de-weaponize space.
Why do you think we've wanted to, like, have space fighter jet things, etc., etc.? Why have we imagined that?
Okay, I think a large part about that is it's like Star Wars is just like, well, Star Wars is kind of like it's a World War II movie in space.
Okay.
A lot of science fiction. Yeah. Science fiction only recently kind of did the whole, hey, there's 3 dimensions, and you're not just driving like naval ships that broadsiding each other. You can attack from like up or down, or fly in circles around each other. So I find very few science fiction actually takes advantage of that whole, your ship can do backflips, it doesn't have to worry about crashing to the ground. Like, airplanes have to fly a certain way because of gravity, basically, and aerodynamics. But both of those don't exist in space. So you can do turn on a dime where your ship is flipping around.
We could use it to our advantage. Maybe there'd be flyers that would, pilots that would be used to that kind of flight, as opposed to the way we fly now. It wouldn't be, oh, it's a limitation. It'd be we fly like that on purpose with no gravity. Gravity fighters, gravity flyers that know they're not anti-gravity flyers, like people who know how to fly and not in gravity.
That'd be there's still inertia and acceleration that would severely affect pilots.
Yeah, fuck.
So a thing kind of like how like lasers and railguns deal with the recoil problem. If you put, like, if you have drones or some kind of remote piloting craft, you don't have to worry about the ship accelerating so fast that the pilot gets turned into a bloody mess at the back of the cockpit.
That would be gross, yeah. Well, probably...
So your ships can accelerate to, like, 100,000 Gs. Or a fighter pilot can deal with 7. Things like that. There's no gravity in space, but the acceleration is still a thing. Big G versus little g.
But if we figure that out, that could be a thing.
Oh yeah, like inertial dampers is the term on Star Trek.
Oh, so
like,
it's
we've lost the inertial dampers. Inertial dampening is basically a term for we can go really fast and it will smash us into the wall when we slow down. Like when you slam on the brakes in a car and the seatbelt's like, hey, don't hit the windshield. Inertial dampers are like that in Star Trek.
Oh.
But it's obviously advanced to the point where they can go significantly faster because they have to get through space, which is ginormous.
I never even thought of that stuff, like...
So, this is more advanced futuristic stuff, but you could have a pilot that's inside either
Something protects them
there's
from that.
Something that protects them from basically inertia and acceleration, so it can handle like a nimble fighter craft that you'd kind of expect in science fiction.
Yeah.
Either like some pseudoscience, like, oh, it's just an energy field that you know, kind of like a warp bubble that lets you go faster than the speed of light. Maybe there's like an inertia bubble that protects you from acceleration forces. Mm-hmm. I've seen some, I think I don't remember what it is, but I think I've read of stuff that's kind of like some kind of fluid.
Mm-hmm.
They're inside a capsule that's filled with this fluid that protects them. Because the fluid will kind of, you'll like slosh slowly around in the fluid instead of slamming into the sides of your airplane and stuff like that. Space plane. Sorry.
Space plane.
It's a plane, but in space. Things like atmospheric aircraft or like interface fighters is another name that I've heard of them, because they interface between operating in an atmosphere on a planet and being able to fly into space to deal with incoming enemies. But that's kind of like how flying boats and seaplanes, like, yeah, you can land on the water, which helps if you want to operate in remote small island bases, but once you're up in like dogfighting against smaller aircraft, they're going to kick the crap out of you.
What's with the obsession you guys have with dogfighting? I know because of Star Wars and because of blah 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 with the war, but it really does seem like that wouldn't be what we'd be doing, because it just doesn't make sense.
It does. So I feel like that is because when early science fiction was out, the like Second World War, Korean War were still recent memory. The Vietnam War was still fucking happening. So fighter aircraft in military war, in military movies was just a common thing. How do you have a war movie without airplanes? Like, duh. Mm-hmm. So science fiction just kind of took that and put it into the future.
Yeah.
You're just flying around blowing stuff up in space.
What makes
and then
sense
since
right
then,
now?
So in the past 50 years, basically since the 70s, it's been 50 years, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We've learned more about
so now what makes sense?
How humans get... What makes more sense is drones.
So it is drones.
Because it solves a lot of problems, like how do you deal with a human surviving in space, which is the acceleration thing. What are you going to arm it with? How are you going to have life support that not only gives them oxygen while they're up there, but prevents them from easily losing that life support, and suddenly this multi-billion-dollar military vehicle is useless because the pilot's dead. Mm-hmm. Because some tiny piece of space debris punctured the cockpit in their flight suit. So drones is just kind of like a...
Space
like now,
debris could kill everybody.
It's
a weapon already. Solution. And it's a weapon we're using now, even on Earth. Like, for everything from spying to... killing to murder.
But that technology didn't really exist. That technology didn't really exist when traditional science fiction was being written in the 60s and 70s. That's why it's realistic. That's why it was made as a basic analogy to World War II in space. Torpedo bombers, like dive bombing runs, all of that's basically the 40s in space.
So now, okay, so we know it. Okay, so now movies, if they don't follow the formula of Star Wars, what do you think would be how we would do it now, aside from just drones? As drones are boring, so that's why we're still holding on to the World War II kind of era of fighting in space, right?
I need to double check, but I think The Expanse is one.
Can you tell me what that would be like? What I need to know, yeah. Because I'm curious, where do we decide to go now when we know different things for conflict, of how conflict might play out, you know?
I've watched clips online about like a battle scene in this show and whatnot, but I haven't really seen much of the show itself. Mm-hmm. But the battle scenes do point at this kind of early space combat that's obviously not Star Wars or any kind of far future or science, space opera, fantasy kind of stuff, mm-hmm. and more realistic what are we actually going to be able to build and use in 100 years or 200 years? And I think it was something like a Corvette or a ship that's maybe 100 meters long, so kind of a small ship for space, because you have to have giant engines and a reactor and life support and all that. But maybe like a dozen people on it. And I think the weapons were, the primary like offensive weapons were railguns, which gets over the like recoil and stuff like that, and the projectile basically becomes a kinetic kill vehicle because it's just some heavy thing going really, really fast. So it's gonna destroy whatever it hits pretty badly. So that's like their main guns, is railguns, and I think the defensive guns for shooting down missiles were like the really tiny miniguns. But it had things like maneuvering thrusters all over it, so it wasn't just moving in a straight line like a ship does towards the enemy and then turning like a ship does in, you know, current naval ships kind of have to follow the same physical rules that sailing ships did fucking 400 years ago. They just have more advanced guns and better engines. But in space, you have to deal with, okay, you fired your engines for 10 seconds, but you're going to go in that direction at that speed forever, because there's no friction to slow you down. So you have to think about maneuvering. Or your whole warship can do a backflip and shoot at stuff behind you, because you don't have to worry about turning around really slowly and all that, because you're in space. It's just, you have to think like that. I'm gonna look up the clip because it's bothering me that I can't remember what it's called.
Please do. I'll try to survive a little longer in this galactic war that we're losing. That we're strategically losing on purpose, apparently.
Yeah, we're losing the battle so we can win the war.
Yeah, we're gonna. I don't know. I mean, I wonder if we will win that, but I'm okay if we do and if we don't. This is a weird place for a bunker.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Hold, please. Bunker on pink. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the Let's Discuss Space podcast.
Yeah. In the info about it, or?
No, like right below where I had that
gotcha.
map of where the satellite
yeah, that'd be cool.
Supply.
Enemy patrol.
Cancel that.
South.
Tagging location. Never mind.
Requesting air support.
It's like I said, I didn't watch the show really, but little clips like this on YouTube is like, yeah,
Yeah, please share.
This is good to watch for a couple minutes. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But it highlights that kind of, you know, these are physical things we have to think about. Due to the nature of space. No gravity, certain weapons won't work, some weapons will work significantly better. I think one of these has stealth in it too.
Stealth. I like hearing about stealth.
But I think it's a highly advanced kind of analogy to like the Nighthawk fighter bomber that was used in the Gulf War, where you use the design, so angles that reflect radar signals away from it, because radar works basically by reflection. So if you are reflecting a beam that doesn't go back to the ship looking for you, it's not going to see you. So designing your ship specifically to not be very visible to radar, painting it with radar absorbing materials or special kind of paint, making it like the structure itself is made of things that aren't very visible to radar, like carbon fiber doesn't show up as well compared to metal. This metal's shiny in more ways than one. And then there's like active and passive interference, like you could transmit signals that interfere with the radar signature, so that even if the enemy does see you, they're like, what is this weird garbled shit? It doesn't look like a ship, it looks like something else. So they saw you, but they didn't think it was you.
That'd be helpful. I would like to not be noticed if I'm in a war. That'd be handy. Like, I'd like it if these flesh mobs had no idea what I was over here right now. Oh, fuck.
So if you kill enough of them and then, like, you wear a suit of flesh mob corpses, then they'll think you're one of them. They won't attack you.
Ew, don't. Oh, if you saw these flesh mobs, gross. So gross.
I can't help but think of flash mob and just a bunch
right?
of enemies are attacking them and dancing with you.
Right?
Flash mob!
I know,
No,
but
it's
it's so
horrible.
much more horrifying.
Flash mobs are a war crime.
They're so gross. They're pieced together, former civilians that were turned into... they're just gross. They're really gross.
Oh, they're like zombies. They're space zombies.
Yeah, but they're the zombies, the pieces of former zombies put into new zombies that become big, massive...
Okay, so it's
bad,
zombie
gross,
recycling.
yeah, but grosser, and it's so gross. It's so gross.
Dropping a pin. North.
It's gross.
50 meters.
Well, if you want to recycle, you gotta get serious.
Right? It's pretty gross. It's like so gross. Like, it's bad.
Sounds pretty gross.
Yeah, it's gross. Like, but like from afar, they're kind of
That
funny.
sensor says gross, take a shot.
They're funny from afar, and then they're scary when they're up close running at you. You know?
Like scorpions.
Oh,
Look at that guy. Oh shit, don't sting me.
I don't think I've seen a scorpion in real life. Hopefully.
Scorpion's gonna get you.
Tagging map.
That's way off. But do you think that could be something we could call a space jet? A scorpion?
Space jet?
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's have space jets.
you're talking about like naming them?
Yeah.
Like how we have the Falcon and the Hornet, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Totally could. I mean, they're usually named after threatening animals.
So we can't call it the
I
kitty
doubt
kitty
the-
meow meow cat?
I was gonna say, I doubt
Can't
the
call
next
the kitty kitty meow meow cat.
the next fighter aircraft is probably not gonna be called the Air Poodle.
The kitty kitty meow meow cat. Please. Can we have a fighter? A
I mean,
jet
there's
in
Leopard
space.
tanks and there's Tiger aircraft.
We need a kitty kitty meow meow cat. The most ferocious.
Maybe that's the perfect disguise.
I know. They're like, I can't take that
This
shit
is
down.
so
It's called the
threatening.
kitty
Oh my
kitty
god, it's got
meow meow
nukes.
cat.
The
got claws.
Hello Kitty class destroyer shows up with space nukes.
Kitty's got claws. I'm sorry, everyone that I'm off tonight about this. I was like, really. More though. More. What did you think about more in space? We can travel further if you want. We don't have to talk about blah blah. We block the satellites. Blah blah. Debris knocks everything into blah blah blah. Like, okay, then what about? Because War in
Well,
Space right now is more about. It would just be about, shutting down satellites so we don't get all info here on Earth. That makes sense. As in, like,
Well,
we're
right
blinded.
now it would be because
to not-
we suck at space travel right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, we got time.
We don't
It's
e-
only
we
8:30
don't even
if you
have a
want to go
space shuttle.
further.
No one on Earth has a space shuttle right now. So we went backwards.
Well then, do you want to go ahead since it's 8:30? Do you want to go to where it's exciting, to the future? Do you want to go to the future? Brad, I'm like, Brad, do you want to go to the future?
Marty,
then?
you have to come back with me.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
So wait,
the near future will
future.
be probably drones and kind of simplistic shit.
Well, now, do you want to talk about further than that, or do you want to save that for a different episode? Because this would be the shortest episode ever if we.
Well, we're not done. It's only 8:30.
Okay, exactly. I like it.
But we can continue to talk about near futuristic stuff.
Okay, near futuristic. So, what would be near futuristic?
Because like Babylon 5 is like near futuristic.
For the young kids out there, Babylon 5 was this show. That's all I
Yeah,
got.
just in case you're a fetus that doesn't know how to use the internet.
They're listening. They're not using it. They're relaxing. They're laying back, thinking about life and stuff, and going, wow, you know, I'm learning so much about how bad Sirius is at this game. You know, they ain't thinking about. They ain't looking at the internet. They're just listening to the internet. They're grooving to the sounds of Brad. You know, that's what they're doing. I mean, going, oh God, it's the Flash. Well, what would be near futuristic? Oh my God, there's so much. Oh, there's so much. There's so much. There's too much. Oh, Jesus.
Near future would basically be take technologies that we understand and have right now and just kind of build on that. So you could have spacecraft with like plasma weapons and laser weapons and railguns on it, but it was still you basically can't cheat science yet. So you have to have like very intelligent kind of like planning.
Mm-hmm.
Your ship just can't do all sorts of crazy maneuvers. You have to worry about the fuel that it carries, and its engines that powers its reactors and stuff like that. You know, compared to Far Future, where you're just like, well, you just have almost infinite power by comparison, because their technology is advanced to that point. So I know one of the spacecraft from Babylon 5 is called the Star Fury, and it's
that's a good
single-person fighter, but it has engines at the very edges of the space. It basically makes like an X shape or a cross, and at the ends of every like stem, there's an engine, which makes sense because then you can maneuver well.
Oh.
So there would be designs that kind of rely on that kind of thinking, where you need very efficient designs. Not a lot of extra space, engines where, you know, little input would have larger effects, because you're at the extremities, not in the center, for example. Lots of like retro thrusters in the nose of the aircraft and things like that to get it to change direction very quickly.
Do we have anything like that that's coming?
Well, that's something almost to the point where if we wanted to spend hundreds of billions of dollars, we could probably build something like that, but it just wouldn't be practical enough for anyone to do that. It would almost be like a technology demonstrator, where it's like, yeah, we could, but we destroy the global economy in paying for it, or whatever.
As if they care about the economy.
No, but just to say, you don't build stuff just to waste a huge amount of money to say you built it. You need to kind of make it make sense why you would need it.
I guess so. That's why we do need the trillionaires spending their money doing stuff that doesn't make sense.
Like, you could make a nuclear-powered cruise ship if you wanted, but it's not viable. It doesn't make sense to do that. We have nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers, though, because the military is totally like, yeah, we don't want to fucking pull over to refuel. Fuck that. Got shit to do.
Shit.
So yes, that's an example of some technology might exist, but it's not practical for all applications yet.
Soon.
Well, it might take a couple centuries. I found a water world with rings around it.
It's great.
It's all mine.
No, nobody else has talked in chat. I'm sorry. It's just been me. I made everybody go away. I'm sorry.
In space, no one can hear you ask questions in the chat.
Yeah, Bruce. Either you ask questions or the whole thing's done. I'm sorry, Bruce. Bruce only likes to ask me questions that make me go on rants. He doesn't really like to ask normal questions, I guess.
I think that's bait.
It is bait.
That might be the definition of bait.
Yeah.
So yeah, Babylon 5, The Expanse, Cowboy Bebop's...
There are no bad questions, Bruce. Sorry. Cowboy Bebop. Never watched it. Sounds like a bad song.
It has a lot of jazz in it, actually. Every episode is named after a jazz song.
Well, I love jazz, but Cowboy Bebop... Oh, actually, Bebop is a phrase used a lot in Kerouac. Never mind. It just It's reminding me for some reason of that guy that did. What's his name? You know who I mean. It was a 90s song that's really popular. God damn it.
Oh yeah, that popular song from the 90s.
Body, God, and whatever, I don't know. It doesn't matter. The moment's gone. I'm glad I don't remember it. It wasn't important. You never watched Cowboy Bebop? No. Is it a movie? Is it a TV series? What is it?
It's an anime that has a movie.
Oh, you guys
also.
mentioned it before. No, I have not. I'm missing out, says Bruce. Bruce says I'm
See
missing
a Space
out.
Cowboy.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Wild West in space, but because it's in the nearish future, it does have some kind of...
What did it play on? What platform? Like what service?
I'm pretty sure it's before all that bullshit started. It's probably on something. Someone probably bought it. Crunchyroll. I know Crunchyroll is where the anime lives now.
Okay, yeah, it's been for a few years. I just never. Okay, I finished the War Bond. It's all done. It's all done. My life is incomplete. You guys go.
But I know it has.
It was in the 90s. Bruce,
spacecraft to get between the surface of a planet and inner space. So that's.
Bruce
kind
says
of...
it was in the 90s, and Netflix has it, I think. How are you 17 years old and know about something that was in the 90s? Look, this kid is crazy. Go on, please. No,
that sounds like a really stupid question.
No, it's not a stupid question. The kid knows too
It
much.
is a stupid question. How do you know about things that happened before you were alive? I don't know.
Most kids don't know that shit. This kid doesn't read. Nah, he doesn't.
He read something somewhere, otherwise how the fuck would he know about it? Anyway,
I don't know. His parents actually probably talk to him and share their interests with him. It's a freak nature kind of thing. Because I watched it on a streaming platform, he says.
Yeah.
Operation
So you watched it. You read it. With your eyes.
Mission coordinates locked.
There you go.
Who knows anything about before they were born? That's crazy.
It is crazy. These days.
No, that was
everybody's
sarcasm
living
because it's
in the
stupid.
moment.
Okay, I'm going to try to talk about science fiction while series rebels against the current generation.
Please do that. Please do that.
Has joined squadron.
Okay, looks like we're having a squad.
53s.
Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that.
They're all dead.
Who's all dead?
I don't know, whatever you were freaking out about.
I don't know. I'm just. Prescott Pharmaceuticals. Wait, what is that? Prescott Pharmaceuticals. That's a reference. Is that real life or like a TV show thing? What was Prescott Pharmaceuticals from? My brain doesn't. It wants to know. God, why does that remind me of like? Remember iZombie? That was a good show. Let me look up Prescott's Pharmaceuticals.
What?
Oh, it's a real thing. Never mind. That's weird. Nothing, just a name in the game. Okay. Bruce, there are no stupid questions. Just ask a question or state a fact statement about war in space. Tell us how far he wants to go, because I don't know. We're not far enough for Brad to be interested. I don't know what he's looking up. He's not. What are you looking up?
I'm playing Elite while you're yelling about how Bruce would know something from before he was born, which is ridiculous.
There you go. What would my life expectancy be in a space war, would you think? That's a great question. Well, Bruce, since you're 17, you'd be dead right away. On to you, Brad. You answer it. What would
it depends on
his skill level? The war? Chance? Luck?
Okay, can I answer, or are you gonna like keep interrupting me?
I'm gonna keep interrupting you.
Okay, well then I'm not gonna answer because that's fucking annoying. Don't do that.
Go on.
I mean, if you're deployed on the surface and then they just hit the surface with nukes, then you're probably not gonna last very long.
There you go.
If you're like a fighter pilot, maybe you're gonna make it to the end of the war.
Yeah, which one are you gonna be, Bruce? You mean the guy who just...
That's like saying, that, what was the life expectancy of a soldier in World War II? It's like, well, if they're deployed in certain places, fucking terrible. Or they could have been deployed somewhere else, and they were kind of lucky, and they lived.
And is your sister the, like, galactic, Empress thingy, and are you... do you have the Force? Like, that will affect... Like, if you're Luke Skywalker, you might have a better chance of living. You know? Like, if you're a chosen one...
I mean, if you're a plot device, then yeah. If you're actually, if you're the main character, you're not going to die. You'll live forever.
Yeah, are you a plot device? Are you a main character? Big Beautiful Bruce says, blame Siri. She said there were no stupid questions. It was
I was about to say, there's no stupid... There's stupid answers, though, Bruce.
He was mad at me for my, interruption, not mad at you. At least you're asking things. Everybody else is just lurking, not helping me out at all, as if I came prepared. How could I prepare for this? I was too busy fighting this galactic war to prepare for this episode about war. In space, you know, I was too busy fighting this war in space. And the war within myself. Brad, where are you in Elite Dangerous? How far are you?
Pretty far away in space.
Yeah, I kind of miss space. It was so peaceful there. It was so peaceful there. That sounds so peaceful and relaxing, unlike what I'm going through right now.
I mean, you're in the middle of a war zone, so it's kind of like the definition of not peaceful.
Yeah, and I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time. Well, it's not easy. I mean, war is...
You're playing a game where you're playing a game where you're literally only supposed to be in warfare, and you're saying that's not peaceful enough.
It's not.
Choose your own adventure there.
It's kind of stressing me out, man. I had a team
well,
depending
play that cat game where you're a cat.
Oh, I love Stray. You've seen that? You've seen that I play a cat game? Did you see it? Oh,
well, I knew about
Brad
Stray as the game.
A little bit. Brad, I was almost hoping that Brad now and then dips in and goes playing a cat game. I have my hopes up there for a minute they cared.
No, when it came out, I was like, that's kind of cool.
It was really great. It is great. It's a fucking great game.
So play Stray, not be stressed out about getting the shit kicked out of you.
I can't stop the stream and start the stream after on PC with the blah blah blah, or else I would. I'd be like, peace out, motherfuckers. Yeah, like
totally can't just change games.
Yeah, I can't, or else it ruins the episode. But next time, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, next time I'll pick something that I can pause and.
Just say, why deliberately do something that stresses you the fuck out?
Because it's been a stressful week, and I don't know. I thought it would calm me down, but it's not. I got a question for Bruce, though. He's got a question. He says, if we exploded in nuke in space, how would the radiation work? Like, would it be as dangerous and long-lasting as on Earth, or no? We kind of actually answered that kind of in the Space Chunk episode, but I'd love to hear Brad answer that so I can shut my mouth and try to fight this war.
It would be effective at close range. But I don't think it would, like how nukes on terrestrial combat would be like, well, that's kind of messed up for quite a while, don't go over there, it's radioactive. That kind of, it wouldn't like linger in space.
Because what happens to space?
There's already either a lot of radiation, or it would, because there's no atmosphere to slow it down, it would dissipate quickly. It would just keep expanding and expanding and expanding. And, you know, as things expand, they dissipate at a cubic ratio.
I was like, things expand and then they dissipate, Bruce, okay? Things expand and then they dissipate. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on, I have to reinforce.
Anyway, Bruce, so, say you're in a ship that gets hit by a nuke, you're fucking toast, just like you would be on Earth. But the whole, like, we're just gonna, like, level the place with nukes, it wouldn't be...
Like on Earth, you can't, yeah.
Or it wouldn't work to say, it's like, say you want to bombard a certain area of space with nuclear weapons so that people couldn't cross it, it wouldn't really work effectively, like, the radiation would just...
Sorry.
What?
Wouldn't you be better to just throw space junk there instead? That'd be more powerful than nuke
radiation. It would literally, yes.
Yay, I
He's
said
asking
something
about
right. Yeah, it'd be actually more powerful than nukes, because nukes radiation would just dissipate, as he said, and there's already radiation in space anyway, so no big deal. But if you, like, put some junk in the way, some space flakes, paint flakes, that could destroy a whole thing. That's hilarious, though, in a way. Like, some things that are more dangerous here aren't dangerous in space.
You can combine the two and have like a nuclear-powered Claymore mine.
You could have a nuclear-powered paint speck flake, right?
I mean, if you're using it to deliberately destroy stuff, you'd use like ball bearings or screws or something like that.
A nuclear ball bearing.
No, the nuke would be like the charge, and it would be like a shotgun blast, but the gunpowder is a nuclear weapon.
Oh.
So the range and speed would be kind of good. You just decided like a shape charge to point specifically at stuff and not go in all directions. Anyway, that's more like a hypothetical weapon design than Bruce's question about nukes in space.
Okay, well then...
Like any other nuclear weapon, the farther away you are, the better.
Oh.
But the bad effects wouldn't last as long in space.
Yeah. Kind of anticlimactic. Wait.
I mean, it was an answer to a question.
Yeah, it was a great answer.
So I didn't build suspense and say tune in the next episode with the actual answer.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? That'd
Speculate for a
totally
whole
kill us.
week.
Well, think about it. Get back to you.
Calling down a sentry.
Wait, two of them? Why? Why can't they get off my back?
Dropping a pin.
There.
West. Far.
Is there another marble here?
Activating.
Bruce, what do you think war would be like in space? Do we build up our hopes and dreams with the whole Star Wars thing,
Objective loop.
only to have them dash to realize that
No.
you're like, no, we can still have war like that. Just give it time.
Like I said, it's World War II in space. That's why it's
Because what's
easy to digest. Because it's like, oh yeah, we totally get that. I've seen footage of planes flying around like that and bombing stuff. All this shit.
I guess it's kind of boring now. War right now is boring because it's like, oh, here's tariffs and here's the social pressure.
Next.
No, but that's like, isn't that kind of what
Even
war
when-
is boring now in
Even when,
space?
even
We're
when ships in
knocking
Star
out
Wars are
salads.
jumping to hyperspace or whatever, they're all like lined up like a naval fleet on the water is.
Yeah, but we don't have that.
But that's what I mean. It's such classical thinking.
Grenade.
That's not what we'd be
Because
like
it's
them. Drone
Well, no.
warfare boring, says Bruce. Exactly.
agreed.
But that's what it is and
There's
what it
lots of
would
fucking
be.
drones. It would be for a time.
How boring. Sorry.
There's something.
Then we'd figure out how to.
Make it more exciting.
Oh, drones were an effective weapon until militaries started having jamming systems and countermeasures that were so effective that drones wouldn't work very
What
well.
if they-
So like, okay, I guess we got to put people up there now.
Oh gosh, what if they jammed stuff while Katy Perry was in space and then it caused a war? What if I had started a war? Somebody had jammed the communications or navigation
Anyway.
systems of the ships that are being used for space tourism, and that started a war in space?
Enemy elite. Southeast. 100 meters.
Bruce says African
was
warlords
assuming
using
that-
children to win against other warlords next. You know what? We're already
Yeah.
using children in this game for the war in Helldivers, right? There are children Helldivers, aren't they? Aren't there? They're doing their part. So,
I'm a Helldiver Junior.
well, we don't see them on
But
the
yeah,
field,
like,
but
well,
yeah.
That's probably because they're not allowed to do
Well,
that.
Bruce is
That's
one
why
of the
there's no kids in
children.
GTA.
Bruce is one of the children that is a Helldiver.
Yeah, that totally would happen. Like expendable forces,
Yeah, he's totally expendable.
convicts, and
Taylor Swift
prisoners of
having a
war
new
and children.
boyfriend. This is what the news is for. Wait, she has a newer boyfriend than the football guy? Wait, hold the presses. Is that true? Isn't she with the same guy, the football guy? Tell me she didn't break up with the football
Who the
guy.
fuck cares?
I care right now.
Next question.
I care right now. Wait,
Here, go
Oh, you
figure that out in
lied.
your own time.
Okay, hey, Hadu. Hadu says, oh no. Hadu, do you have anything for War in Space? Because I got nothing, apparently. I keep coming with nothing. I'm sorry. It's quite a week. Series is proving my point, says Bruce. What was your point?
I think so.
The Helldivers are my age, says Bruce.
50 meters.
Requesting
Oh, okay. Alright.
So are you like a senior Helldiver then? What does that mean?
Shut up. You know what? This episode is over. Just kidding. Just kidding.
North, close.
Brad?
Back when I was a Helldiver, we had to walk up hills both way to the war zone.
We are not talking anymore. That was a brief... I do...
A brief history of time?
Yeah, that we knew each other.
And
That's
then
it ended here.
Southwest.
Actually, it's called... I'm reading Remembrance of Things Past, but In Search of Lost Time is a book. A series of books. Hadu, you said, oh no, and then nothing. Bruce said that you paid attention to the fact that I said some BS about Taylor Swift, but really talked about the other wars in Africa that's going on for decades. We could talk about wars going on everywhere. Of course I know.
Shots fired.
And Bruce, you never even... I
Some
talked
stupid
to...
bullshit about some celebrity. Who's she
No,
dating
but
now? Oh,
literally-
children and more, and next.
No, literally,
Not relevant.
Okay, but
You were
literally...
talking about war in space.
Fucking literally the other day, I talked about Deanne Fossey, Bruce. You were here, and I talked about that leading to my interest in Rwanda and the genocide that happened in Rwanda, the exact locale, the Congo that you're referring to. So you know I care about that shit because I literally talked about it in one of my ranting streams recently about how one passion
Meanwhile,
and
in this
interest
episode-
led to another interest, which led me to learning about other stuff. Because somebody said they wanted to be a zoologist
Dropping a pin.
in the chat.
Maybe you should take that to DMs if you're going to argue with Bruce about shit.
He said, still proves your point. Not really. I just don't have a lot to offer on this subject right now. And Brad or Bruce or whoever the fuck is grumpy back. Because he should know he needs to help me out a little bit with this. Because I tried with War in Space.
To the sky.
Instead, we should have a war of words. And that doesn't prove anything. War is actually a distraction. Psychops are a key element of war.
What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing. You called Brad my name the second time in this episode alone. Yeah, Brad and Bruce are similar type names in my head.
Yes, Sally. I mean, series.
Do you even know a Sally?
Marking location. West. Never mind.
I know a Bruce, though. Hey, Bruce, we have different names, right? Totally different names. Spelled with different letters. My name isn't Brian, damn it.
Well, maybe I'll remember your name when you do more.
When you do something with your life.
Yeah, exactly. When you make something of yourself, Brad. Maybe then I'll remember your name. For name?
Tagging location. Cancel that.
It's Bruce.
Sentry.
Enemy patrol.
Cause that kid has done more for the war
Extraction.
than anyway. Shit.
Have another roundie.
Requesting air support.
I wish. I'm not high. I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. Fucking tired. It was a really fuck of a week. That's what it was. It was a fuck of a week. And the stuff I had to offer on the subject you don't care about, so I don't know what to do. I can't just come to the topic with nothing. Like
Did you watch the videos I posted?
No, I can't
Hands
while
up if you
I'm...
watch the videos I posted.
I can't watch it while I'm playing, but you know what would be great? Is
Because it
that
makes
all
me
week while
so
I'm begging
stressed
for a
out.
poster, you were like, hey, this video would relate to the topic at hand. You could check it out so that you know what I'm talking about when we have the episode, and I could be like, oh, cool, okay, I'll distract myself with that instead of just like...
I mean, if we're going to argue about that,
Yeah.
2 days ago you said melee weapons was fine. I was totally ready to talk
Yeah,
about
but
that.
the sword was
As long as it
stupid.
working.
It would have been a short convo anyway. Gravity. Gravity. What the fuck does it matter to have melee weapons in space if we have gravity? There's no melee war gonna happen. So satellite interference and possibly the Kessler effect affecting things. I mean, we literally,
Sure.
you know, it's all about what? Blocking
Whatever
satellites. that we don't-
ChatGPT says.
Oh, well then you tell me without ChatGPT what war would be like right now. 'Cause you,
Like with melee weapons? Or
yeah,
just
yeah.
shit that we've
Why
already
would?
talked about?
How would we even be in space
Why
right
would-
now, having melee fights? You gonna fight with
Why
like
would
a
you
sword?
use- Why would you use melee weapons in space or in future combats when you have extremely high-tech weapons and you just nuke each other with shit?
Interference with with the stuff can make you do hand-to-hand combat. But there's no hand-to-hand combat at the beginning of war when there's nothing to. They're useless even in this because there is no reason to use hand-to-hand combat unless you're
In
one-to-one in war. Unless you're really in a
In
tight
Helldivers
situation.
or what are you talking about?
In Helldivers or anywhere else, if you have the other weapons.
Yeah, but we're talking about in like a science future setting.
Well,
so
in
it
space, there's
kinda-
no melee while you're just like floating around. You get gravity. I mean, although in Interstellar some melee fighting happened when he had to fight Matt Damon.
Okay, so a future setting means you could be on the future on another planet, not just flying around in space.
Well, then let's talk about that.
Plenty of potential about stabbing fucking people on other planets in space.
Okay. Hi, Vincent. What's going on? Let's talk about that then. Let's advance ahead to that. How would genocide work on a galactic scale? You know, a family-friendly topic, Pierce? Well, genocide on a galactic scale, probably the same. Nuke the whole planet.
Genocide, but more.
Just nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. There. Did you get the aliens reference? Genocide
No.
Squared? No, I'm asking Bruce. Well, it's a aliens reference from Aliens, the movie. Brad and I have nothing in common.
It's a horror movie that takes place in space.
Genocide Squared?
That exosuit is like the coolest part.
You do like the exosuit? Cool. I can't know things before I was born, remember? I don't know, Brad, how would genocide work on a galactic scale? We're talking about war between other, like,
I mean, a lot of wars have genocide in them, which is kind of a shame, but it's a thing that we do as
Allied
humans.
destroyer has left squadron.
Victorious once more.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
I'm going to advance to the point where human society has gotten to other planets and things like that. Or at least we've found aliens that we really don't like that inhabit other planets, and we can actually get to them with military vessels and whatnot, or weapons.
Orbital thrusters.
The periodic table has a bunch of stuff in it that is totally fucking lethal to people.
Orbit synchronized.
but might not be lethal to
Alien-
aliens.
Alien societies might have...
Their own periodic table. Okay.
No, they'd have the same periodic table, but they might be susceptible to other things that aren't as harmful to us. So basically, we would kill them. We would poison them with that, or poison humans with stuff like dirty radiation bombs. It might not destroy a lot of infrastructure, but it would poison the land they live on, or their water supply, or their food supply. Kinetic kill vehicles, and just throwing asteroids and stuff. Using mass drivers to throw giant rocks at planets to totally destroy cities and things like that. That's a common military weapon.
Yeah. I always feel like that space junk is definitely going to be a big factor. Go on, please.
It's a big factor for primitive societies like us that don't clean up after our shit.
And you know how in
It could
movies
certainly be used as a
often
weapon, though.
people, they often fly through meteor fields, like debris fields from fractured and/or meteor storm plant areas and stuff. That's often used as a maneuver in war, space war, movies. So that just reminds me of space debris, because it can kill people.
It'd basically be like a minefield, yeah.
Hi, David. He said, here again. Do you have questions or stuff about space war? Because I
Advanced
don't.
technology
I need help.
would make things like energy shields and things like that. Or some kind of magnetic field to repel things away from your ship. Kind of like a reverse buster ramjet. You just ionize stuff and repel it away from you. Have like a screen.
Dropping a pin, northeast, 300 meters.
How you doing tonight, David? Do you have anything about?
Calling down a sentry.
If terraforming is advanced to the point where it's kind of rapid, you have to wait hundreds of thousands of years to terraform a planet. You could kind of weaponize that and use terraforming technology to ruin a planet if you wanted to do that kind of thing. Like, oh, these machines were helping create oxygen in the atmosphere, well, I'm going to turn them off or sabotage them so they make poisonous chemicals. Or at least something that isn't breathable. Like, oh, you just have lots of carbon dioxide and nitrogen now. Guess what?
Now you
If you
can't
built some
breathe.
domes over your cities,
Yeah, that makes sense too.
or the Total Recall with Arnie in it,
Oh yeah.
they literally just like, oh, well, we pump atmosphere into where you live, and because we're dicks, we're just going to turn it off. Take that. There you go.
And it worked.
So you can totally hold entire cities hostage from that perspective.
Which is kind of cool. Terrifying.
That's a
but
thought
cool.
experiment, yeah. Or like water. Say you're on a colony that relies upon like shipments of fresh water
And
coming
you
in because there's
poison
no
the
way
water coming in or
you
interfere
just-
with it.
or you just blockade the ships coming in. No cargo for you. Better sign that treaty, or you don't get any fucking water. Take that.
Well, that's kind of real life happening. Yeah, yeah.
Or some other kind of blockade where, say, they have solar arrays that are robust and it's hard to damage them, but all you have to do is build something that blocks the sunlight. You're going to build a big umbrella in front of your solar arrays. Now what? You have no energy on your space station, or your habitat, or your colony, or wherever. So those are all kind of
Ways to.
aspects of war, but it's not necessarily ships shooting each other or blowing stuff up.
Yeah, that's what kind of
it's-
stuff I was thinking of. That
it's
stuff
like
like that
it's
would be
like-
more likely.
Like, they certainly have detrimental effects, and like, people are probably going to die with stuff like that. Intercepting fresh water and air and food, people will suffer. Turning off their energy.
Definitely with terraforming, turning off air is a big deal. Or poisoning it.
There was one of the Kurzgesagt
Welcome
episodes
back,
talks about how to terraform Mars by using powerful lasers to basically melt the surface. But say you're doing that on some parts of the planet, or some parts of a planet, and then you use these high-powered terraforming lasers, and you take them over and point them at things that aren't supposed to be fired at with them. Hey, space station that oversees this terraforming project, guess what? We have all your lasers pointed at you now. Freeze, sucker. Give us all your money.
Probably likely to happen.
Calling in orbital strike. Never mind. I need stim.
So yeah, that might be a real threat in the nearish distant future, where we have off-world colonies that are still susceptible to kind of primitive attacks, where, oh, you're a low atmosphere planet, so you need to
Supplies.
either have a dome over your city or some kind of protective device, and then they attack your protective device.
Thank you.
That kind of things are very vulnerable.
Enemy patrol.
or space, like you're talking about space debris hitting any kind of orbital station. It doesn't matter how.
Somebody could use that even if they didn't start it to their advantage.
Like how many? It doesn't matter if it's in Earth orbit in 100 years or if it's in 500 years, and there's thousands of planets that have orbital colonies, and simply just throwing a bunch of spare parts of your spacecraft suddenly becomes a very lethal weapon against that.
Right.
Unless we have, super futuristic energy shields that just deal with that shit, but we're not there yet.
Bruce says, what if space warfare was really just an intense 1v1 pickup basketball game?
That in itself is an interesting concept, and I think BattleTech kind of touches on that.
Tell me more.
So I think the story of BattleTech, because it takes place in about the 3200s to the 3600s in that kind of time frame. So at least 1,000 years into the future is where most of the stories happen, and up until that, there was very devastating wars where we fucking nuked each other and destroyed entire cities and planets, and we were like, you know what, that's really wasteful. It's kind of not good for the winning side or the survivors to deal with all that shit. So I'm pretty sure it's like a kind of feudal system where, okay, we're going to fight over this planet. The fight for this planet is decided between these groups of dueling battle mechs.
Oh.
So instead of destroying the whole fucking planet or fighting wars that consume millions of lives, we're going to take these two elite squads and pit them against each other.
Which is kind of interesting.
It's like racing for pinks for a whole planet, or jousting. It's like that's going to decide the fate of the kingdom. We're just going to have these two knights on horses.
Jousters, I call them jousters. Sorry.
So I'm pretty sure BattleTech is that kind of idea, where it's like, instead of ruining the whole planet that is the reason why we're at war, and then you fucking totally destroy it and kill millions of people, and it's just some toxic hellhole that you find out that wasn't worth it. War doesn't help anything, and then they decide by a battle trial, and that kind of influenced the whole elite fighting force that was very good at that kind of combat.
Oh, I love that name, Followed Wayfarer. Bruce says Africans actually used to do that before the Zulu Empire came along.
Oh, okay. It's like South Africa is where the Zulus were, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
I never watched
kids learning stuff in school.
We're all kids learning stuff. Some of us aren't in school anymore.
Yeah, we forget all the good stuff when you're not in school.
Kids of the universe.
I miss being in school, learning stuff. I really liked it. I liked independent study projects, too.
I mean, every day could be an independent study project if you just want to learn stuff.
Yeah.
Just start reading about it.
Oh. Hadu says, sorry, I was driving after I said something. Oh. That's okay, I was just like, oh, he peaced out.
I'm driving a spaceship. And welcome back.
Yeah, there you go. Brad is driving a spaceship. I am struggling in this galactic war. And the topic of this broadcast is war in space. And I'm struggling. Bruce says they would just throw spears at each other, at one another near a line, and whoever had the most amount of people left won this amount of cattle or land. Huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of
smart.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that, but obviously it would influence, get really good at throwing spears and be good at kind of...
It can make the difference between all your people having more resources or not.
I feel like it's one of those things where if you flinched, you were like, nah, you're out, you flinched, you pussy. No flinching. Or you can't, duck or move or anything like that. You just stand there. And like I said, whoever surviving side wins. I like that they just kind of have a very... it's not just reckless destruction. It's like, you have to be good at it. That's a very feudal vibes, obviously.
Other peoples have had much better ways of dealing with conflict than us over here in North America, that's for sure.
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors for the fate of the universe.
I think that'd be far better than this, I'm just saying.
I am 35,750 light years from Earth in the game
How
right now.
far are you away from me? Are you able to tell while I'm not in the game?
Are you still at Blue Celia or wherever?
Oh,
Because you didn't move yet, right?
I haven't moved since we played.
Is it... Are you at Hillary Depot? No,
Did
that's
I
the
make
next thing.
you? Oh, I'm dead. Of course, they were throwing the spears at each other, but it was very low casualties, like maybe 5 people would die out of 500 combatants. Okay, Bruce, thanks. What about now Space War? Can we come back to Space War?
Yeah.
Then Shaka Zulu wanted to take over a lot of land, so he's safe. I don't know any of this, so...
So that could be, you know... Like I mentioned Battletech because I remember that was kind of a concept there, but you could basically do that in
I don't
any
know if he's
setting.
actually talking about a movie or if he's talking about history. Are you talking about a movie or history, Bruce? Like, I'm too tired to be trolled right now. So just like cite sources or it's like I can't Google. Talking about history, okay. All right. I'm not
We
trolling
shall
you this
decide the
time.
fate of these lands by the ancient rite of Sudoku. Whoever finishes the Sudoku puzzle first shall claim this world.
There you go.
Just be good at math. This war is eliminated entirely.
Since we're still at the level of just sending people into space that don't, America would always win at math. You're joking. Now that was a troll. You're joking. Some. If we did the best of the best, I mean, there are great minds in America, and I just
Oh,
don't
Space
know.
Jam. Space Jam was kind of like that, right? I don't know what the new one
What?
was, but the old one.
What was
Where
it
they play
like? I
basketball.
remember it was a great soundtrack. Oh yeah.
Basketball decided
I didn't know it was for
to
the.
stuff.
Now you got
Well, it could be the
Basketball
same
Jones in
idea.
my head. Basketball Jones. Remember that song? No? I'm not singing it. I'm just saying. Thanks, Brad.
One of us might be too tired for this right now.
I am tired. I'm mentally exhausted. Bruce ran me through the ringer in my earlier broadcast. I had a nap, and now, like, I'm back on a topic that
Oh yeah, you're in
honestly
the Carlos
we should-
Bay. That's right. That's where you are.
everybody likes Space Jam. We don't talk about the second one. I never saw the second one, but I remember liking the first one, even though it was a little whatever. And I enjoyed the soundtrack very much. I have the soundtrack on CD for Space Jam. That was one of my favorite albums. Not the most, but it was an enjoyable album.
I'm 33,000 layers away from you, so still pretty far.
It feels that way, Brad. It feels that way.
Well, quit playing Hell Towers and get on Elite.
I would.
But I
Episode
can't,
over.
she says.
That's because I'm not fancy like all these OBS people with their OBSness and their PC. Give me time.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting sentry.
Click that button, that subscribe button, so I can get there, folks. Oh my god, they're sleeping. Don't wake them. Don't wake them. Don't wake them. Oh shit, that's gonna wake them.
Wake up!
No, what song is that? She's addicted to Helldivers, Brad. Just accept it, says Big Beautiful Bruce. Hey, I'm sure you'd rather me do this than playing GTA racing, right? All the time. I used to race all the time. Brad knew me back then. Remember those days, Brad? Remember me racing all the time?
What a waste.
What a waste? But it led to this moment here. And is that a waste? Not yet.
Rare sample acquired.
Not yet.
For prosperity.
She's one of us now, says Bruce. All the time, yeah, that would get boring. Well, no, it's like, look, what's it all the time, Brad? Yeah, kind of.
I
Yeah.
mean, playing Hell Towers is fun. Looks like a cool game. They're
Whereas,
just stressed out and can't
whereas a
communicate.
game,
It's like, that's kind of
well, that's
helpful.
not. That's partly I'm tired, and the subject is that I'm not really for war. I'd rather us not do war. I'm not for war, but I'm aware that we're probably always going to have war. There's
Yeah, I don't know
power
if you've
and
read a history book
resources.
with that people, but yeah, we're totally fucking like that.
Yeah.
Spoiler
Like,
alert.
we're totally like that, and that's what sucks. Because when they say war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. That's a great song and all, but technically, it's great for resources, stealing land, acquiring slavery, taking over places, ruining empires, changing rulers. It seems to be very great for a whole bunch of, the elite, and just terrible, just fodder for the rest of us that don't have any benefit to it. We're just fodder. I heard war is good for
Anyway.
me because I could eventually learn how to make weapons and be able to sell them, says Bruce. There you go. Have the recruiters already approached you, Bruce?
Bruce is thinking.
Bruce is thinking. Yeah, he's gonna, end up becoming... He's gonna work for one of those companies. Oh my god. Where's the extraction?
Thanks to this episode, Bruce is going to be compelled to develop the first space railgun. He's going to make Space Gun Incorporated.
He's
a
gonna be
space
so
gun.
rich. He's gonna be so fucking rich.
Remember us, Bruce, but you're super rich.
He will totally forget us. He's not gonna remember nothing. Plus, he's 17. You don't remember anything when you're 17 of the old people you met when you were 17. You just don't.
I mean, maybe Sirius doesn't. I remember stuff from when I was 17. It's okay.
I remember stuff when I was 17. So,
Even quit talking out of your butt.
yeah. Eisenhower warned us of the industrial complex, and I'm gonna prove him right, says Bruce. See, he's pretty
Totally
smart.
did.
Thank goodness nobody else has warned us of anything else, and that certainly they won't be right? It's not like a recent president warned us of any sort of tech bro kind of thing happening. He's probably wrong as well.
It's not like Kennedy was like, what the fuck is the CIA and the World Bank doing?
Yeah,
They went,
see?
oops,
And
Dallas. Don't go to
Yeah.
Dallas in a convertible, folks.
he was just asking for it. Why was he in a convertible, right? Jeez. I don't mean that, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you stupid? What the fuck is that?
No! No, I was... No, I'm not pro that. That's horrific. Am I gonna make it in time?
Hold position.
Sending in an eagle.
Are they gonna let me get there, or...
Illuminate.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Hold position.
I don't know if they're gonna wait for me.
Jump pad.
Go up, you guys. Oh, wait, I didn't mean that.
I don't think they're gonna wait for me.
Orbital inbound.
I'll look for...
Sending in an eagle.
Ooh, just thought about nano weapons and like that kind of stuff.
Well, will you tell us
Nope.
about that?
Even kind of like a mix of
Nanonites?
the space debris. So you have a whole bunch of stuff just kind of flying around hitting you real fast, and that's doing damage in itself. But then what happens if the space debris is tiny machines? That after they hit your
Ooh.
spaceship, they could get...
And they could be hidden amongst the space debris.
Well, no, but just like the weapon itself is just like spraying a bunch of molecular assemblers at you, and either they hit you real fast, that does its own damage, but then they say penetrate the armor because they hit you real fast, and then once they're inside, they start either poisoning the ship or taking it apart at the molecular level. building more of themselves, and then suddenly the ship is gone. It's just a whole bunch of nanobots, and they go on to do the next thing. The gray goo in space, man, it's everywhere. Gray goo's kind of terrifying.
Gray goo. Tell me what gray goo is.
Is like von Neumann machines or molecular reassemblers that imagine a robot that's the size of like bacteria, and it's programmed to take apart stuff at the molecular level and build another copy of itself. And then those two will go out and do that, and then those 4 will go out and do that, and those 8 will go out and do that. It just keeps doing that until the only thing left is all these little robots. And they go on to the next thing to take it apart. But because they're so small, it doesn't look like, you know...
Oh shit, I left
a macro robot. So you were worried about leaving behind, or you left someone else behind?
Yeah, I'm an asshole.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go back and get them.
I can't. Once the shuttle takes off. He made it. He made it. Oh god, I thought he was dead and then I left him behind. He made it, guys. He made it. Sorry. My goodness.
What the hell's going on with this?
We're in space, guys. So Bruce, fuck off. Brad is on Elite Dangerous. I can help.
I'm Bruce-alak.
Bruce-alak. That's crazy. Wait, does a Bruce-alak name? No, I'm looking it up on PSN now. I have to know. I have to know if a Bruce-alak. I have to know. I'm sorry. I have to learn. Is it Illa or Alak?
It's Cadillac, but Brad at the front instead of Cad at the front.
Yeah, no, there is no Bruce-alak. You're okay.
I mean, there shouldn't be. It would be a different...
Well, what if it was? What if you weren't the unique and special snowflake? I'm just saying. I got the most kills again.
Always good to have another.
I died so many times.
You need some sleep.
No, I don't. I slept. I woke up right before this, actually.
Calm down.
I had a nap. No, I like getting the most kills. It's the only thing I'm good at, okay? Let me have this one thing.
And leaving people behind.
No, they all came home. They all came home. We're at 325,000 Illuminate kills.
I don't know if that's what the crew manifest said. I think you left someone behind.
Brad streamers hate getting sleep. Yeah, see. Yeah, as if you want to talk, Brad. How well do you sleep, Brad?
I sleep like shit, and I sleep like 4 hours a night.
Well then, Brad.
But I don't do stuff like that.
Orbit synchronized.
What's he clicking? What are you clicking? What's he... That's it. He says as he opens a bottle of beer. I mean, I don't know. Wait, I had water. I have water and leftover coffee. 4 hours of what? What, 4 hours what? Yeah, Brad is judging Brad. Bruce is judging Brad. He said, that's unhealthy as hell. 4 hours? Yeah. Yeah, Brad, that's unhealthy as hell. Like, this turned into not
It's
about
a sleep
work.
intervention.
Yeah, we're here to talk about your sleeping. Well, Bruce has been on my case all day about my sleeping patterns, so kind of glad if he defers it to you now.
I mean, we're in space. You brought up psychological stuff before as a kind of subtopic.
Uh-huh.
So that kind of...
Sleep warfare, not letting people sleep in space. Oh, you know how in war in the past, we would play horrendous music, and we still do it in horrendous jails that we are sending people to. But, like, you know how you play music or bad stuff? Yeah,
Yep.
well, Bruce...
The invasion fleet shows up and just blares dubstep into the atmosphere for days and days, and no one can sleep. Or they pump, like, ecstasy in the water supply, and everyone's just, like, raving constantly. so they win.
Yes.
They raped us to death. We couldn't defend ourselves. We were too busy fucking partying.
That'd be great. I would like to go out like that. Can I go out in a raid?
Where to go? Planet Deadmau5. Occupied.
There you go.
2257.
Oh my god, Deadmau5. Gotta listen to Deadmau5. Guys, they're great music. Okay, you guys need more sleep? Jesus, says Bruce. If the teenager is telling you guys to get more sleep, you guys are screwed. Now, see, we're adults who have real-life worries and concerns and problems.
Adults are just teenagers that pay taxes.
Yeah, or don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's optional. You don't have to.
Yeah, you can deal with consequences. I mean, my dad didn't pay his taxes in the end because, you know, and well, what's the worst thing that happened to him? Sleep is optional. You'll sleep when you're dead, Bruce. Why did I sound like Christopher Walken for a moment there?
I said that when I was 17.
You'll sleep when you're dead. 8 hours, guys. 8 hours is what you need. 7 at minimum. Actually, Bruce, when you get as old as Brad, eventually you don't need as much sleep. You actually need less and less and less. It's just a thing.
Yep, couple of years I won't need to sleep at all.
Yeah, exactly. So, there you go.
If I was to get 8 hours of sleep on a work night, I would have to go to bed at like 9:30. How much of an old man would I be then?
He'd be like, and
well,
already...
the sun's setting, I better go to sleep.
Also, some
I'm
people...
done watching Jeopardy and the Wheel of Fortune. Time for bed.
Oh, I do kind of miss Jeopardy. But, like, to be fair, when you're an adult and you're feeling... Yeah, when you're feeling like your life is taken from you through your work, you get really, like... kind of like, no, like you're not taking the rest of my personal lifetime, and I don't care if it's affecting my health. I'm gonna stay up and I'm gonna do what I want, and I'm gonna suffer for it, but fuck you, you don't get to have all of my time. And
I mean, the thing about that is you don't actually change your work hours, you just deprive yourself of sleep.
Exactly, because we live in a society, you know, so yeah, it sucks, but
we're not all famous YouTube streamers yet.
Exactly. Look, I'm trying. I want to be not famous, but just I would love to get. I'd love to get paid.
Sucks.
Yeah, like here, no secret. I would really like it if like this could work out for Brad too. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't believe in it, but I'm telling you, somebody one day will hear how he gives me shit, and they'll be like, you know, we like the cut of his jib, and we want to pay him money to talk like that. And, you know, there you go. Then Brad forgets all about me. Forgets he ever collaborated with me, and he has a great life.
Send me a DM if you want me to be a famous YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me know in the comments.
Yeah, the comment. People don't comment. I don't know why. They're only talking to me in my chat. I love that people talk in the live chat, but people are afraid to leave comments. I'm like, hey, you know, you could leave comments if you want. Especially on these space episodes, because then if you thought of something that you're too shy to talk about, what the fuck was that? Why did it do that? That was crazy. I didn't even align it.
I'd like people to be like, hey, I haven't heard you guys talk about this topic. Maybe you can cover that in the future.
I would love that too. If you're in the Discord or you want to comment on one of the videos, you can. I think people are still shy and confused because, to be fair, they're like, what is Sirius doing? And what's he doing here?
Life is about being shy and confused and dealing with that.
Is it? Is it, Brad? Is it? Tell me more about that. No, let's change the subject. Okay, so let's go to the average person needs 7 or more hours of sleep. Mayo Clinic. Or the Mayonnaise Clinic? Yeah. Well, the average person...
Some of us are above average.
And I wouldn't know. But the average person probably, now that doesn't apply to most average people having to work multiple jobs to exist.
Look up Dymaxion sleep.
What is that?
Maybe Buckminster Fuller was onto something.
What about how people used to sleep where they get up in the middle of the night anyway? It wasn't a full hours of sleep. You slept a few hours and then you got up in the middle of the night, you did some reading and or some light stuff, and then you went back to bed again. Shit. Can I kill these guys?
That's empty.
Objective complete.
The ultimate pacifist.
Hey.
It's like, can I kill these motherfuckers or what?
Yeah, basically. Oh man.
They're taking our stuff.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Tagging map. On my position.
Trying to think of other like warfare-related topics that aren't necessarily subject to what technological level we're at.
That sleep schedule is horrific. Bruce, why are you so judging our sleep schedule? Are you okay? How's your parents' sleep schedule? I wouldn't want to work that much. Well, then stay in school, Bruce, and stay rich or something. And
Most people have to work 40 hours a week.
or more to exist right now, depending on where you live or what you get paid.
That'll make you some money.
So
Anyway,
that's-
yeah, it'd be nice to not have to work that often, so you could have more time for taking care of yourself. Mentally
yeah,
and physically.
yeah. But
We're
it
in a
isn't-
society that kind of doesn't promote that as much as it should.
And it doesn't allow you now. It
It's
literally
all
doesn't allow
about
you,
like,
depending on.
work yourself to death and then splurge and spoil yourself, so at least you have dopamine.
Not
to
anymore.
make-
We
to
know
get
we're
to
not
those-
going to have anything in retirement, so now it's not even that. We're just doing it
So
for
spend
nothing.
it while you get it. Woo!
Exactly. That's exactly what people are doing now. Because they're like, well, we ain't going to have it later, so fuck it. Oh my god, I'm making things work. I'm going into the worst crowds right now. No! Oh my god, no! I'm sticking the fuck.
Charge!
No, I couldn't get away.
Run away!
I'm good at that. Oh god, I'm gonna drown.
Sentry. Throwing grenade.
Okay. As we were saying, instead of... I wouldn't want to work that much, says Bruce. Well, depending on
I don't
what the
either.
future...
I'm still wrong.
Yeah. Well, then like I told you, Bruce, start reading books and make a booktube channel and become a famous booktuber. You'll make lots of money. You'll do great. You'll be great.
Or the railgun thing.
Or the railgun thing. Yeah, yeah, that's the other option. Yes, right?
Like hydrogen fuel cell? Trying to figure that out, maybe? That still hasn't been figured out.
What's that? Tell me more about that stuff, I say, as I try to... Tell me about that, then.
They developed, I think, the Honda Insight right on that.
What?
But it wasn't very efficient. There's no hydrogen. It's hard to store hydrogen,
Why?
even though we know how to.
We put it in balloons.
Yeah, do you remember how that ended?
They deplete,
humanity.
and we can make sounds. How did it end?
It's extremely flammable, so we don't want to do that.
Oh, we don't do it anymore? Oh, that's why I don't see balloons like that anymore? Is that it?
Are you talking about blimps?
Balloons!
When you say balloons?
Oh, balloons. You know, it dies in hydrogen? Oh, I was thinking of blimps.
We use helium for that.
Helium,
But
thank you.
so-
See, I knew it was something that began with an H. Look, I was close,
What's an
guys.
H?
I was close. You know, I was close enough.
Requesting sentry.
Close enough, you know? Helium, hydrogen, one explodes in the air, one makes your voice go squeaky, you know?
Sentry.
Basically the same thing.
This is like an ELI 5 for chemistry.
Calling down a
Well,
sentry.
that's good. I mean, we gotta be learning something tonight. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. What are you doing, Bruce? What is he saying? He solved everything? What is he saying? What's he doing?
Welcome to democracy.
That sounds like it's from the Wizard
that's-
of Oz.
That's
That
the
sounds like the
Pythagorean
cowardly-
theorem. Yeah, it's like-
Oh, look at you, smarty
Right.
pants.
It's like kind of,
Inbound.
See, you guys are being smarty pants. Okay, more. I want to hear more smarty pants then. Did it solve everything or no? Is that the funny
if
part?
everything's a triangle,
So it
solves
didn't
for
solve everything.
triangles. I don't know. Maybe everyone's a triangle in disguise.
Requesting orbital.
No, you're a triangle.
Orbital laser.
Reload it. Last reload.
Shit. Brad's doing this relaxing space exploration. It solved how to make pizza, therefore it solved everything, said Bruce. See, the kid's too smart for his own good. Yep.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There you
There's
go.
no such thing as that. Don't
Yeah,
listen to
there
that.
is.
That's not true.
Oh. Being too smart can drive you mad. Sometimes it's best not to know anything at all. Then you're not aware of how terrible things are. Wow, this took a dark turn. What?
Like, I guess it's an option to live as an idiot.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
it seems to be they're a lot happier. They're not smart people. Well, I'm not smart. You're so smart that you BS that? Probably.
Solve for pizza.
Request approved.
Bradley likes it. Hey,
If a train in
Bradley.
Chicago
look at you.
traveling 80 miles an hour,
I never got it. Why were apples on a fucking train anyway? I never... As soon as they gave me those problems, I checked out of math. I was like, no. I don't care about train meeting this, meeting that, meeting that. Why?
and that's why you didn't know what the Pythagorean theorem was when you heard it.
Oh, I heard about the Pythagorean theorem, but I'm not retaining that information. I'm not
It's okay,
applying
Bruce, I
that.
got you.
Pythagoras, I have heard of him. I have heard of the theorem. I did do some math. I'm just not retaining it in my daily life. Now ask me something about something that I'm interested in, or that, you know, has no relevance to anything we'll talk about, and I'll know. I'll know. It was actually pi, says Bruce. Bruce checked you. You were fucking wrong. It was actually pi.
Sorry, what's that? Person that doesn't know anything about math? What was pi?
3.14. He's giving pi.
3.141596. Yeah, what's your point?
Calling in orbital
Why are you guys doing this? What happened to war? Is this the
You
war
turned it
now?
into math. Let's talk about math.
Okay, I mean, sure. Another thing I don't know anything about.
Next episode on math with Bruce and Brad in space.
Actually, that'd be great. Oh my god, if you guys did that, people would want to hear you guys as opposed to me. That'd be great. Because Bruce does have a great voice. He just have to get his parents to sign a permission slip that allows him to be on
sorry,
the
Bruce.
broadcast because he's a kid.
We'll start the stream in a couple years. It's okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait till you're older, kid.
Build up your base.
Well, he has a lot of bass in his voice. That's the problem. His voice would be great for a stream. It's just unfortunate that he's too young. We'd have to sign child labor laws. Oh, wait, no, not America doesn't mind now. Never mind. I guess it'd be okay. Brad would fucking destroy me at math, says Bruce. You don't know that. Brad could be really stupid at math. We don't know. Brad, are you good at math?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if I'm destroying Bruce levels of good.
okay. Brad, oh no, first thought I was 40. Yes, we know. Well, hey, your voice is really loud. No, seriously, have you heard Bruce? His voice is very... His voice is very...
It's very old.
He sounds like he has a mortgage. He does. But it's okay.
Oh, you have mortgage voice.
Yeah, he had mortgage
You
voice.
can call a bank and totally bullshit them and be like, oh, yes, sir.
Yes, he can. He can. His voice has, like... It was shocking when he's like, no, I'm a kid. I'm like, oh, God. Ouch. Okay, well... Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know.
Okay.
That... Well, his voice is very mature.
So what do you mean? What does the ouch mean? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're far younger than I expected.
Well,
That's okay, Bruce.
it means sometimes when I'm a bit flirty on the fucking game, I don't want to be flirting with a fucking 17-year-old. You know?
I don't know if you're picking up what she's putting down there, Bruce.
I'm putting it all down saying no because I didn't know.
I didn't know, man. I didn't know.
I know. Like,
This is a sting operation.
It shouldn't be allowed to have a voice that old. That's all. That's a you problem, series, says Bruce. I know.
It absolutely is.
I can't help it. I'm very vulnerable or susceptible to voice, as Brad
resonance?
knows. Yes, as Brad knows, because you can hear Brad's voice, that I very much enjoy Brad's voice.
I have a mortgage voice, too.
Yes, she has. So she doesn't have a mortgage, which is kind of sexy as well. But, like, here's the thing. Like, yeah, I like Brad's voice. But anyway, never mind. Don't make it awkward. I'm just saying, yeah, I like certain types of voice stuff, right? But yeah, no, I don't think I need to go to
big voice and I cannot lie.
I like big voice and I cannot lie. Ha! Yeah. Because I'm all about that bass, no treble, okay? There, you're welcome for putting that song back in your heads, guys. I don't think that's what she was talking about, but we're gonna pretend it's about... Anyway, can we change the subject? War in space, guys. Now we have more people watching.
It's because we were talking about math. Math drew them in.
It was the math, for sure.
Join for the math, stay for the mortgage voice.
Yeah, yes. I don't... A mortgage, I wouldn't want a mortgage down, but... Unless it was all paid off, then I'd want a mortgage. As long as it was all paid off, it's all paid.
Yeah, as long as it didn't exist, I'd love to have one.
Yeah. A house without the mortgage would be great. Just saying. But not necessarily. I don't even know anymore. I just want to be able to earn money. Is that it's so hard to... I want to be able to earn money again. That'd be great.
What about to not need money?
That would be wonderful. I ran right into the century.
Money's means to an end.
There's a guy who just won $80 million. He seems nice. Yeah.
He seems rich by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it's nice and rich. Yeah.
Or is going to be like a football player and be broke in 10 years?
No, it seems nice. Seems like the... It seems nice. I mean, oh my god, I'm gonna die. This is scary. I'm gonna die. I'm dying. I'm dead. Okay, so back to hell. I mean, war in space. Hell in space? Ottawa charge advanced to PWHI final after eliminating Montreal Victoire.
Woo! Take that, Montreal!
Is that...
Professional Women's Hockey League, I think.
Ah, cool. Did we get my samples?
Are you like...
My samples?
Samples?
Yeah, I get to have samples here. I got samples. Yeah, I need my samples.
A lot.
Yeah, I need samples.
Are you making music?
No, it's samples from...
Oh, like medical samples?
They're samples from the planets, and they're wonderful, and I love them. They're my favorite.
Is it geology? Or are you stealing stuff?
Sometimes it's like bugs, but yeah, around pop rock, or... Yeah. Look, Brad, just get the game so that we can make fun of you for how new you are at it.
It might be one of those games where I'm good at.
Well, that'd be great too. You could come in and show us how it's done. I think it'd be fun, because then I'm not over here trying to, you know...
What does this do?
It'd be great, then I could teach you some things. Probably not. You probably know what you're doing right away. The last comment is Into the Slammer from Bruce. So, jails in space. Space jail. Remember, there's been war. We can connect it. In war, there are prisoners of war. And there have been space jails. Which Avengers movie was that? Which movie was that?
Okay. There have been space jails in fiction, I assume. There's no space jails in movies.
Well, why not? Why not? Let's do it.
Okay, just so there's some structure, you could at least...
Prisoners of war! Prisoners of war! Connects to
using
war!
prisoners of war as space debris, just throwing them at things.
Well done.
Oh.
Here's an object moving at thousands of miles an hour.
Would we do that? Would we just put humans into space as... would we do that with prisoners of war? Just turn them into space debris so that they...
I'm sure shitty countries would.
Wait, would a body in space... Because we talked about dead bodies in space and how there haven't been any because we keep bringing them home. What happened if a body is in space?
Okay, that's not exactly true. I'm going to clarify that. No one's died in space on a spacewalk or in a spacecraft. Okay. They've died on the way back.
Okay,
so it's not like we brought them back.
Okay, so if there was war in space... Well, if there was war in space, I need to know would a body disintegrate, space freeze, or would it become an object like space debris that could? Is that why they bring them home? Okay, so is that why we bring them home? So
again, they didn't bring them home.
Listen. Is
I'm
that
listening.
why we
the
don't
fact that you're
bring...
talking bullshit. And
No,
I'm trying to clarify
I'm talking about
you.
war. Because we can't put... Okay, we know about space debris from the last episode. A body in space would become space debris if it was cast out of the thing. If they became, if they were thrown out like on like a pirate ship, you know, put to the plank, out you go. They'd instantly become an object that could be space debris that could damage.
I'm talking about it being deliberate. Yeah, prisoners of war being deliberate.
I am too. So that's the thing. Either that's a very bad idea because unless you can project them toward something, they would become a threat to even you because they're space debris.
Yeah, the idea is that you're basically pointing them at something you wanted to hit deliberately, not just.
That would be horrifying to be throwing the enemy's bodies at them. Oh my god! To use the enemy's bodies as warfare. Yeah. Literal ammunition. Because if a paint fleck can do what it could do, what would a frozen body do?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like heartless or morbid, but it's just like
it's a practical idea.
Think about it. If you're fighting people that you want to kill, then you're going to use everything at your disposal to try to kill them.
So you capture them on your ship, you put them in your little jail cell on your ship, and then at some point, when you're at where you want to be and you want to send them in at a thing, you point them at the enemy. And then there you go. The body of your enemy has become a missile, a weapon of mass destruction. That's terrifying. And a plot story. Guys, let's go. Sci-fi story. No? Brad, what? I'm okay. Are you checking in on me right now? Are you saying, are you okay? I'm not off track. It's about war.
Who are you talking to?
You! You won't quiet. Are you thinking about the horrors of war now? Are we there yet? Let's get to... Oh, I want to get to the horrors of war in space.
You mean like the injured?
Ooh.
People injured by war is like where the bad shit is.
Oh my god, so what would... Okay, so we already know about space madness. What would space madness but war PTSD be?
Madness.
Yeah, I just have plain on PTSD. But what would space madness with PTSD be? Like, what would that be? The same thing?
I mean, I can't really answer that because it's a hypothetical future psychological disorder.
I know.
I don't know.
I know. What would we call it? Okay, chat. Bruce, you're in here. What would you call
madness?
But yeah, we already know what space madness is. It has to be something worse than space madness because of war. So space madness with PTSD, like it's got to be something more complex. Oh my gosh! If we came up with it and they credited us with it in the future, that'd be great.
PTSD. It's post-traumatic space war disorder.
There you go. PTS. What?
WD. PTSWD.
Say it again.
PTSWD. Post-traumatic space war disorder.
Post-traumatic space war disorder. Guys, you heard it here first. You're welcome.
Or space war syndrome or something.
Space war syndrome.
He's got SWS.
He's got us. We're not making fun of it. We're just like talking about war in space. So this is all plausible, guys.
Yeah, like I honestly don't want to make light of that because it does affect.
But it would be a real thing. Exactly.
Yeah. And like the sad part is there's not enough help for them.
No, there isn't. So what would we do to our spacemen? Probably the same way we do our real ones, which is not really.
Well, we're trying to be a little more optimistic and hopeful about the future.
Yeah, by getting rid of the war of it. Oh yeah,
you said that.
Sorry, yeah, be more hopeful. Got it. So then what do you think?
Neurological medicine?
Uh-huh.
To, like, treat that kind of...
Uh-huh. Yeah.
like damage that was done.
Yeah.
Okay, you keep thinking about shitty things that happen in like a war kind of state.
Yeah.
You're just gonna go in your
Would there be
memory
space
and
war
delete that.
hospitals? Oh, memory delete. That would be fantastic if we have that, but also horrible, but
Okay,
also
this kind of-
fantastic.
Well, that could be used as a weapon itself.
Yeah, because then... Oh, but also for ops, too. You
Oh,
delete
you
the
went
guy's
to-
memory. Oh, Total Recall. That was done. Never mind. But yeah,
You went to
but-
school to learn about this, you know, you studied this technology or this practice, and some sort of, like say a ship flies over the colony and does like the Men in Black fucking memory wipe. And so you have
Oh my
a whole
God,
population that's kind of stupid now because they forget everything that they learn.
Oh, so like real life right now.
Almost.
Yeah.
I need Sims!
Okay. Oh God, they're coming. Ah. Ah.
Found something.
Ah.
That's called democracy.
Oh, terror. Oh God. Oh God. Look, what I'm going through right now, you couldn't imagine, Brad. You haven't seen war, man. You haven't seen
playing a
space
video game.
war.
To democracy!
You're playing a video game.
No, I'm not. I'm part of the. No, I'm a hell diver. I'm fighting the Galactic War. What are you fucking talking about? Playing a video game. Jeez. You're reducing my efforts in this Galactic War to saying I'm playing a video game? This
I
is
mean, it's
real life,
satire.
man. Don't tell the people that. They don't know. They haven't caught
They
on.
should. It's so blatantly, obviously satirical that it's like.
Yeah,
if
but
you see
people
this-
believe it. People believe
You got your
GTA.
blinders on,
People
man.
believe GTA. We play with them, and they believed it. They bought all that as being, hey, yeah, that's propaganda. Propaganda would have been a great topic for War in Space, because propaganda is part of war.
Just kind of
Psychops.
underline talking louder doesn't make your statements any more true.
No, it's true. Psychops is a big part of war. I got excited. That's why I talk louder. Because Psychops is a part of war. It's a very big part of war. It's a part of every war, whether Cold War, these tech wars,
These
World
other
Wars,
ones?
all the wars. All the wars. Is it not? Is it not one of the biggest things about war?
East, barn.
Is Psychops? I mean, pamphlets still get thrown to the ground. Although, how would you throw pamphlets in space? I guess it would just be digital messages, interruptions into satellites, like we were kind of guessing upon. I guess that's how Psychops might work. Like, your planet's already destroyed, you have nothing to fight for. Right?
Found something.
That kind of stuff? Huh?
What?
Why aren't you with me on the Psychops? It's a big part of war.
Yeah, I know. It'd be analogous to, like, current and previous psychological warfare.
Yeah, but in
Like,
space.
just... Okay, so it would use advanced technology to kind of be the same thing.
Because
Outpost destroyed.
Thank you.
Like, literal, like, transmissions. Oh, your government doesn't support you. Why are you fighting for Super Earth just to die? Join the
Rare sample.
Terminids. 'Cause
This-
we actually care about you. Come on.
the Super Earth actually does
The
Psychops
Ministry
on
of
us all
Truth
the
is full
time.
of shit.
Yeah, we don't have any interference. Psychops does it on us. Although there was some the other day, but I missed out on it. I saw a little bit of it, but I should have captured it, like screenshot it. But there was like a janitor that kind of posted some stuff, but it wasn't a janitor part of the story. Pop rock! Pop rock, guys. Don't worry. I'm okay.
Found something.
Anyway, Psychops.
Squirrel.
Yeah, basically shiny uranium, okay? It's super uranium.
Because everything needs the super prefix in that game, apparently.
Yes. What is uranium again? Isn't it something useful?
Requesting sensor.
It's an element on the periodic table and it's radioactive.
Radioactive. That's cool. That sounds nice.
Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
I think the most common are U-235 and U-238.
See, look at the nerd. He's a nerd. Okay,
My dad worked at a nuclear reactor.
You said
I took an
that.
interest as a kid. Well, that's why I'm interested in nuclear science.
Well, then how do you see nuclear science being used in war in space, Mr. Smarty Pants? That way my eyes can rest a little while you tell us.
Outpost cleared.
Wait, Bruce says, sorry that I was gone. I was listening to the series being susceptible to deep voices conversation because it was funny. Bruce, you went back and replayed that? Wasn't this deep voice? That sounds like a... That sounds like a... You had a slight personal time and Ma, that's my special talk moment. That's what that sounds like.
I think Sirius is projecting.
I didn't have a special side. I'm just saying it. No.
Well, I like how you leapt to that instantly. I think it's more like no, that was so ridiculous. I have to go back and listen to that.
I doubt it. He's 17 years old. Use your brain, Brad.
If you have any special sock moments, use the sock emoji in the comments.
Yeah. It was literally the funniest thing that will happen this stream. He says.
See?
It's not just deep voices. I mean, I like accents as well. You know. That French guy had a great accent. There's been other people with great accents in my streams before. Beautiful. I just like certain men's voices. They're great. I like people who talk. Because then I don't have to as much. That's why I used to get along with Brad so well. We used to, space and he would talk. And I loved it. Especially when he'd rant. It was great. I didn't feel so alone in this world. You think I can rant? You've never heard Brad.
Out in space.
Yeah, exactly. I miss my friends. I miss my wife or something. I think it's going to be a long, long time. Bruce, I'm glad you went back and listened to that. I hope it becomes a replayed moment. Be sure to timestamp it when the video is processed.
Replayed.
That'll be great.
Damn.
At least I admit it. I mean, I don't know. There must be a word for it when you're susceptible or when... I mean, people who like vocal people, it's not a... This is probably called something. It's just funny to me that I am susceptible when I don't have full hearing. It's kind of... I haven't had full hearing since my, for a long, long time. Years and years. It's about hearing damage from, ear infections. And I don't know, voices are very lovely. Sorry I got you embarrassed, Serious? No, I'm not embarrassed, Bruce. I've screamed it from the rooftops that I enjoy Brad's voice. I don't think it's a secret. Is it a secret, Brad?
No.
No. Brad knows. He hates it. It's a burden he must bear. Or he doesn't have to bear it, but he knows. He knows I'm just using him for his vocal, what is that? Vocal, what am I
mortgage
saying?
Voice.
Yeah, it's not a mortgage voice.
I don't know, I just like calling it that because it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I just meant, when I said that to him, it was just because it's you sound old enough to have a mortgage, that's all. That's what I actually said, but...
Do we have mortgages?
No, we don't. We're
the oldest ones here, I'm pretty
poor.
sure. So.
We're poor in money, but rich in fresh hopes and dreams. So,
You can't put a price on despair.
Yeah, exactly. You can't put a price on despair. There you go. Yep.
And circle back to psychological warfare. Bam.
Exactly. There we are. It all circled back. There we go. These podcasts are themselves psychological warfare. Just letting you guys know.
Anyway,
Hey,
you were talking about that. Hey, Red Dog, you were talking about psychological warfare in...
Red Dog has stuff to offer about war in space. I'd love it, Red Dog. And Red Dog.
Oh my God, help us!
Yeah, and Red Dog.
What happens if in the future there's just not so much mind control, but we just...
in the Illuminate? Wait, the Illuminate? Yeah. Go on it.
You use transmissions to just implant ideas in people's minds. You don't have to drop leaflets.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Or
But
there's
then would there be
technology that allows
protection
some kind of like...
devices? Would there be
What?
protection devices? Well, you know, safety first. Would there be something people can use to protect themselves from that?
I got the terminal.
Yeah, suicide pill.
Cup of liberty.
Ooh, nice.
Get the voices to stop immediately.
Please do not. Please remember this is an adult channel. Please do not take anything I say to be something you should act on. And if you're underage, where are your fucking parents, Bruce? Just say it. Red Dog. Red Dog, we're talking about war in space. Do you have anything to add? I know you do. I know you do. And yes, I jumped on him like that, but I know he has thoughts and things.
Sample collected.
Unless he's
Okay,
just saying something he ran away.
Let him get his coat and shoes off and let him sit down and get comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, because we were talking about other stuff and things.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Wow, we left all these we left all these things? Why? Does that mean those mean I haven't done them? That they all could be opened, or what? War in
I don't know, I
space
can't
is
say
all
what you
about... Ooh, Red Dog says this, and I knew it had to do with gravity. He said war in space has all to do with gravitational weapons. War in a vacuum is tricky, he says. That is true, Red Dog. See? I did want to talk to you about gravity and war in space. We only briefly touched upon it. Could we discuss that statement, Brad? Red Dog said
we talked about recoil like 2 hours ago.
Red Dog said war in space is all about gravitational weapons. War in a vacuum is tricky.
Are you talking about like black hole bombs, or like creating singularities as weapons, or weapons in a gravitational field?
Could we talk about that though? Because the Meridian Singularity and the
I still think that's just going to fly right into super. So, okay, sorry. So it's obviously a video game with plot devices, but if you develop some kind of black hole, as like it was artificial, so you're technologically advanced enough to create black holes at will, just fly it into something. Oh, it destroyed your whole planet.
What I want to know is why.
Do you surrender yet?
Well, no, but what I want to know is why Meridia is not in the Meridian sector. I am so confused by that. I saw that today. By the way, projectiles, Red Dog said, are unlucky. Space is too vast for them to be effective. And then he said, Red Dog also said all the above, Brad.
Did he actually say, by the way? Did we get actually in the chat?
No, he said projectiles are unlucky. Space is too vast for them to be effective. All of the above, Brad, and tactical singularities.
They'd basically be like nukes. But projectiles in space, you totally could do that.
Yeah.
You think railguns and missiles are just going to go away? You're not going to be shooting stuff between here and the moon. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, but localized warfare? Absolutely. Because it's effective and it's simple. Proven to work.
Unlikely, he says. Oh, he said unlikely.
Yeah, I'm disputing that.
Okay. Well, please dispute. Please go on. Please. Please.
There's been plenty of technology, both military and otherwise, that people have said, like, oh, that's not gonna work. It's gonna be superseded, or it's not effective, and then suddenly, bam, your fucking city's on fire.
There you go. Oh yeah, that was that. Nukes don't work in space, says Red Dog. It's a vacuum. Yes. I'm just kidding. So, answer him, Brad. Answer the statement. Answer the statement, Brad. Please.
Nukes are less effective in space. Because a lot of its destructive power is based by the pressure wave, which is propagated by the atmosphere. So if you take the atmosphere away, yeah, it's kind of not as good.
That's not as sexy as fuck. Go on.
Still a huge amount of radiation and energy, though.
Red Dog said no shockwave, but that sounded sexy, didn't it? The way he said that.
No shockwave, yeah. But it's like, okay, the space station getting hit by a nuclear weapon, no more space station. Doesn't matter if it's a shockwave or not.
Yeah.
You have a 1,000,000-degree fireball incinerating everything it touches instantly. Bruce asked about nukes earlier.
Yeah, we did cover nukes already, it's true. But I was willing to discuss it again just because.
Oh, that's fair. We got new
Buddy
people.
Bud 1990 says, actually, the radiation from a nuke would be far more dangerous in space. How so? Brad? Dispute?
I'm not disputing that. He's right. But like we talked about earlier, it would dissipate.
It would dissipate.
It would still be close ranges. It would still totally fucking kill shit.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be like how Chernobyl's still a radioactive hellhole that you don't want to go anywhere near decades after.
Because space... Now, how does space dissipate it? Can you tell that? Depends on your ship's shielding also, says Red Dog.
We're assuming
Yeah, or
there's
station or
no
planet.
shielding yet. It's still... like,
We're
early-
still, like, yeah, early days. We haven't gone
There's no
far
magic
yet.
technology to just kind of hand wave you or plot device around shit.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We didn't get there. We didn't get there yet. We're doing a slow build up. You know?
Requesting sentry.
We're
There's a lot to cover in space.
yeah. Oh, I'm thinking future, says Red Dog. Oh, that's okay, Red Dog. I appreciate that you're a forward-thinking person, thinking of the future. We were starting sort of like about now, even though it makes us grumpy.
Near future, in like 200 or 300 years from now, what kind of
False alarms become fatal.
realistic technology would be available to us? I feel like some science fiction's too optimistic, or it's based on like the 60s and 70s level of advancement, where it's like, okay, yeah, by the year 2000 we'll have cities on the moon. Well, that didn't fucking happen. So thinking we're going to be flying around the universe by the year 2300 probably isn't going to happen either.
Oh no, is it cloudy where you are? Are you? Why? Yeah, I can't see shit. It was misty today. I don't know. I'm looking. It's 22. It's too freaking hot. No, it's clear, but I'm not gonna go out there. Look, the spiders are back, and I'm not going out there. The spraying of the spiders happened.
Gotta kill them with fire.
Yeah, because your aurora is happening tonight. Sightings have already happened. Yeah, I'm probably not going to see it here where I live. I'd have to be down at the lake, probably. I am close to the lake. Like, I can see the lake from my window, but I'd probably have to be down there. Too much city pollution.
Ooh, that's a
Right
good
next to the
topic.
beaches. Space pollution? No. Lights?
Aurora.
Oh, well, we can talk about that
Aurora is
next.
caused by electromagnetic radiation hitting the atmosphere,
Well, put that in your notes.
kind of making a big, basically neon light.
Holly is over 20% where
Allied
you are.
destroyer
Nice to
has
know.
left squadron.
And we could totally just like weaponize Aurora,
Further, thanks to you.
start blasting harmful radiation into the atmosphere. Suddenly it's like, oh, sorry, all your communications don't work.
Allied destroyer has left
Oops.
squadron.
Everybody
You didn't
left.
see Goldeneye?
I know you don't like it when I read stuff, but I want to read stuff. Could I read stuff for a moment? And you tell me
It
if
depends on
anything
where you read it
interesting.
from.
Anyway, I wanted to know what could start a war in space. An anti-satellite, an asset, I guess it's called, weapon
Yeah.
test gone wrong. And this almost happened in 2007 when China blew up one of its own satellites and created a debris field that's still up there. I didn't know that already happened. Did you know that happened? A satellite collision. It could be a genuine accident or a covert kinetic attack made to look accidental.
Or overt, just like, fuck you, smash your shit.
Yep. A cyber attack on space infrastructure. Which, we already talked about as well. Hackers, state-sponsored or
like
rogue.
each one of these is its own potential topic, or all over the place.
Yeah, I know. I'm reading them, but they're part of one subject. An attack on commercial satellite networks, so Starlink, Amazon, or OneWeb. If it's done
Or
by
GPS.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? GPS doesn't work. You can't track your Uber Eats delivery. Oh no.
Oh no, that would suck. If done by a foreign government, it could trigger a major retaliation. Preemptive strike in a crisis, so blinding the enemy. We keep hearing about this. The first mover advantage makes orbital strikes highly tempting and dangerous. Or private military or rogue actor escalation. A private company or non-state actor launches armed satellites, sells orbital weapons, or starts operating in contested zones like lunar orbit or Mars. I wonder if that would happen. Like a Blackwater-style space.
Which one of those?
Probably a company wanting...
That was like a dozen topics all at once.
I'm not talking topics, I'm talking one topic, but that has various things. This is all under the topic. Topics. This is a topic of how a war could be started.
Okay, pick one, and we'll discuss that.
I would later. I just wanted to cover these for the people in the chat to have ideas. Territory disputes beyond Earth, like claims of Moon, Mars, or asteroid mining rights. No one fully agrees on how the Outer Space Treaty should apply to commercial activity, and the first corporate land grab could piss off the wrong superpower. And then escalation from ground conflict. If a war started here, the first escalation is almost guaranteed to be in orbit. I don't understand how. Space assets are now critical to military dominance. Whoever owns the sky owns a war. So those, I know there's a lot of topics for Brad and he lost his mind, but like that's all under the umbrella of what could cause.
It's like a kid asking like 17 questions. Like, let me answer one.
I'm not asking you a question. I was just going, those are possibilities of what could start a war. Yes, but...
Yep, you're not wrong.
But,
absolutely.
Who wants to talk?
Which one do you want to discuss?
Hey, Red Dog, I have to mute you. Well, Red Dog, I can't have you on the mute. Type it in the chat, Red Dog. It's good to see you, though. What could be a space... I already talked about how humans could be space weapons. Sorry, Red Dog. No. Like, I didn't mean to beef bomb it, but, like, those were all various things suggested that could start a war. But he says Starfish Prime nuking EMP blasted some satellites and gave us some nice auroras. Only example I can think of in recent history. Oh, we're not talking about auroras, so we're talking about war. But wait, that was
Starfish.
Now we can be space weapons? Yeah. We talked about that before you came, Red Dog. Is that, you know, about dead bodies in space being space weapons, but...
Sure, throw some frozen pizzas at people.
What? Yeah. But, okay, so I know I did a lot of vomit there, but did any of it, when you were thinking about the episode, come across your mind? Any of those options of potential starts to the war?
Well, you look reasons to start? No, because I didn't think about that.
What did you think about when you were thinking about war in space?
We were talking about weapons. What weapons would be used in a war?
Yeah, but
that's why I didn't think about...
I don't know that, yeah, it didn't really... Well, now that you've had time, you've had a couple hours...
What?
What do you think would be the most likely way?
You said that list like a minute ago.
What do you think would be the most likely way that we'd start a war in space?
Resources.
I think so too. We did talk about that in space junk or whatever, because it was like, what could clear up space debris? Probably only when they want, like, to use that space for, like, you know, building a station or have it claiming a certain space, and it'd be companies that would then... So it's always going to be about... You know, war is always about resources and power, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, power is derived from the ownership of resources, so yes. Whether it's land or mineral wealth or energy.
And once we discover more of the what might be out there that we can make use of. Holy shit, all the meat bags. Red Dog. Holy shit. I blame Red Dog for all those. The flesh mobs.
In the 60s, they thought about using nuclear weapons for construction.
Really?
They're like, man, these things are awesome. They're just like one click and you have a huge hole in the ground. Why aren't we using that for mining or digging trenches or like
And then
building
they found
Panama
out,
Canal using nothing but nukes? And it was like, oh, that's a really fucking crazy idea.
But it sounded like a good idea at first.
So
Whoops.
maybe, you know, we want to clear out the orbital debris and actually build some large space stations, but there's all this space junk floating around. And hey, the Outer Space Treaty expired, no one re-signed it. So we can do whatever the fuck we want in outer space.
The space treaty doesn't include commercial, though. I think that's what I was reading.
Because
There's not a
companies
lot-
didn't sign it. Big governments
Exactly,
did.
so they're not held to it, so what are we going to do when they break it? When they break the what the governments would have to go by?
Calm down. It's because governments were the only ones operating in space.
I know that, so they're not now, and we haven't updated the space
so what
treaty.
So what are you freaking out about then?
So then what happens when one of those rich guys decides to do something that breaks the space treaty because they're not a part of it anyway, when the government doesn't even want to listen to normal things and be a part of things like other treaties we had? So what's going to happen?
There's a couple stupid governments. The rest of them aren't that bad.
But
Secondly, if we have companies trying to use nuclear weapons in space, I think the Outer Space Treaty is like the least of our
or
concern.
claiming places, because that's another thing that would break the space treaty. But if they're not part of the space treaty, outer space treaty, they'll feel like they
It's
can
about
do
using
whatever they
weapons in
want.
space.
It's not just about that. It's also about laying claim to things like lunar orbit
Nobody owns
and
the moon.
Mars. I know. That's what we have in the space treaty. But again, commercial companies
I like what
aren't
you're
under
telling me
the
you know,
space
but I have to
treaty.
remind you about that shit. It's
Yeah,
kinda
but commercial companies aren't under the space treaty. So it's a loophole. And they love to use their loopholes. So what do we do
funny.
then?
Or it's a reason for them to go and fucking do shit. Quit selling us disposable garbage on Earth and go fucking build cities on the moon and Mars then.
But
maybe
then
help.
they'd be breaking the space treaty. So then
But
would
they're not-
that mean that
they're
other
not-
countries would want to
Okay,
do that?
calm down. They're not
I'm
bound by
calm.
it, so they're not breaking it.
Yeah, but wouldn't that then incite a change in the space treaty? Because then, let's say other countries that had signed that and said, okay, we agree not to do that, would be like, hey, wait a minute. We don't want those American companies benefiting from it. We want our country to also have a place on there if they're allowed to do it. I mean, it's inevitably going to
Okay,
cause
so think about
something.
what you just said. If governments are bound by a treaty, and then corporations, which are not signatories to the treaty, go and do things, then what's to stop other companies from doing that? Because they're totally allowed. That's what would happen. Russia and
So
China
then-
are mad because an American company goes to the moon. Well, maybe Russian and Chinese companies will then go to the moon and be like, fuck you, we can do it too.
It's
Free
true.
market, bitches.
Buddy, but since we're still figuring out how to use stuff here, just saw Australia created an engine that runs on light, no fuel or emissions. Really? So state your source. That's neat, though. But yeah, of course we need to do stuff here. But that's not what the podcast's about. We know that a lot should be done here and could be done here.
I've seen those. It's like a highly polished steel. It's like a mix between a top and those things you used to squeeze lemons on to get the juice out. It's like that, but they shoot lasers at it and it actually moves it around.
Really? What else does it do? Is it effective?
It's an idea to get things in orbit without using a huge amount of chemical rockets.
Oh.
Or in space, but that's like the next step. First you can get into space and then you can start figuring out how to get around in space. A lot of it depends on the next generation of energy production. Because even now, like, yeah, we know how to make nuclear reactors, where they're very efficient, but everyone hates them because of Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. So if we develop clean fusion, that's
I wish we would.
kind of a huge amount of essentially free energy that's not like dangerous to society. So we'd be able to just flood research projects like that laser.
As long as they don't mention the word woman in it. Sorry, too soon. Yeah, go on.
I don't know what kind of weird tangents you're going on.
The, What? Never mind.
Who's mentioning anti-women stuff? Raise your hand.
The recent
People not in this
changes-
chat. People not in this chat, so calm down.
Okay, but it's like literally.
Take that to a blog post or somewhere.
It's not a blog post. It's part of the news. It's part of what's happening right now. But anyway, okay, fine. Go on.
Nothing to do with the current space discussion.
Okay, well, technically, it has affected space because women astronauts are now on the sites anymore. Okay, go on. I'm sorry. As you were with your talk of space war, right? You were talking about war in space. Yep, got it. I wish fusion. Are we ever going to get it? Probably not. Because it seems like they talk about it's been able to be done, and then it's not allowed or something, because who can profit from something that's free?
Maybe. They've been building reactors for years.
Fusion?
Yeah.
Nuclear fusion, but what about the one that's like free energy type thing? Or
That's what nuclear fusion is.
Not nuclear, the other one. What am I thinking
Nuclear
of?
fusion.
I must be thinking of something else.
The
then.
current nuclear reactors use nuclear fission,
Okay.
which is a different nuclear process which leads to radioactivity and
Yeah, I'm thinking of the
Bad
other thing, the
things.
clean energy one. I'm thinking
nuclear
of the
fusion releases more energy and is not as dangerous. So that's the next step.
What was the thing in the Saint movie? With Val Kilmer, what was that? That was a...
I have no idea.
Okay, never mind.
Tokamak is a fusion reactor.
No, I'm not talking about a
IT.
reactor.
ITER is a... Well, you just asked about nuclear fusion, so yeah.
I didn't
we're kinda
mean to
on
be. I
reactor
was thinking about something else. I was thinking about that energy that's supposed to be... Hold on.
You're talking about like 0 point energy?
No.
Quantum foam and all that shit? That's not around the corner. That's a theoretical science thing.
Yeah. It was,
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reinforcing.
an electrochemist. Cold fusion formula. Cold fusion. That's what I was thinking of. Cold fusion. It's something we don't have yet, but it's something that people said might be possible. Do you know about cold fusion?
Yeah, some scientists in the 90s tried to say they did it and it was full of shit.
Is it a possibility that anybody could ever do it?
Maybe. We should figure out hot as fuck fusion first. See if we can actually figure that out.
How to what? How to what? I didn't hear you.
How to figure that out. Like
How to-
normal
before that.
billion degrees. Hot as fuck.
Oh, why should we?
Because fusion reactors would be like millions of degrees.
Oh,
So cold fusion implies that it's not millions of degrees and more like an acceptable temperature, but that's like room temperature superconductors. We haven't figured out how to make that because the way they operate doesn't allow for that right now. Is that it's at the level of like, well, what if we just figured how to not age? Well, yeah, maybe science can answer that, but there are kind of other more realistic obstacles that we can figure out, like, to get to that point first.
where are you now in space?
I need supplies. Affirmative. No diver left.
I'm in the middle of the jump, so I'll be able to check in a second.
Sending in an eagle.
Fusion will hopefully be the key to let us do the next level of technological innovation because we'll have energy to spare to do so.
That'd be nice. So many things we're just waiting on figuring out. But unfortunately, with figuring out some stuff, inevitably there'll be war. But yet, war also brings about progress.
Oh yeah, because we have the fusion bomb already. We just haven't figured out how to make it peaceful yet into power.
Oh. That's horrible.
It's like, hey, the military keeps wanting a bomb that's way more powerful than nukes. Do you think you can work on it? Oh yeah, we'll figure that out. We did. It's like, hey, how about energy so we can work on the clean water and medicine for people? That's impossible. That'll take too long. Says humans, probably.
Probably. I imagine there are people that really want to work on solving those problems, but they're not. Either they don't have the funding or the ability to.
Society as a whole isn't as interested in it as we should be. That's what's slowing us down.
We're kind of busy. And I don't blame us. We're overwhelmed.
I blame us.
Well, yeah.
Don't enable ignorance.
Sample collected.
I'm doing my part. To be fair, it is
That's
hard to have... Oh shit.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh my gosh, there's nothing here killing me yet, so I'm trying to do this as quick as I can. Oh my god.
Before we're all dead.
Yeah, basically. Basically. Trying. It's a rare thing that I get shit done like that. Where is the other one? Where did I miss the other one? Oh no. It's not done yet. Oh, there it is. If you guys want to chime in on this, I'd like that because I need help. I don't like to think of war. War is bad.
I need stems.
But if you could fight in space, I wonder, when we have an advancement in like our knowledge of stuff, right? I'm wondering what we'll envision. War is bad. Such a brave take, says Big Beautiful Bruce. Thank you. Thank you. If I was pretty and could have been a whatchamacallit, that would have been what I would have said at my speech of acceptance as a competitive whatever they were. Competitive pretty person that I could never be. I would say war is bad. Thank you. And then I take my crown. We're talking about pageants now, okay? Pageantry. I'm gonna die.
Squid outpost.
I am so gonna die.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Orbital inbound.
Well, you could fill the silence, Brad, with actual insight, because I'm not able to. I just know war is bad.
Rare sample acquired.
I really.
Quite a lot of it's bad. Some of it's beneficial.
I know the inventions we've had come out of it, and the lessons we've learned that we quickly forget, so that we repeat the horrors of everything. Yep, got it. Oh god.
Rare sample acquired.
That was really close. I'm pretty tired.
Thank you.
Yep.
So people are, I'm not going to bed, but I'm like tired. I'm wondering if you guys have any other takes on it, because anything I offered was shit, so.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
All I know is that I like the idea of
Throwing grenade.
of us perhaps having preventions, like countermeasures in space, but it seems doubtful.
Like planetary shields.
200 meters.
It's like, hey, you can't land, you can't shoot at us, take that, just go away.
Yeah. That or just, you know.
Maybe like a panic room for a planet.
Yeah. Different things, you know? Different ideas where... But the reality is that likely that's not what it would be like. There is no...
Or psychological reconditioning where like an enemy army just gets like mind control and it's like, you know what? Maybe you just miss your parents.
You
it's
want
like,
to go
yeah,
home.
you're right, they just leave. They just all leave. I never thought about it like that.
There's supposed to be mind control in this game, but
Maybe mind control is the game.
every game is mind control. We're all playing video
Okay,
games.
that's... Sure.
Well, technically.
Proceed to extraction
Oh my
already.
god. I'm surrounded by enemies. Your mind control series. So gross. Yeah. Holy shit, where'd everybody die?
Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
Oh my god, there's so much enemy. Saying that Super Earth is bad is fascist and not democratic, says Bruce. Super Earth is bad, we're the villains, but it's okay. I'm looking forward to Super Earth being annihilated when we lose the war. Although, I don't want us to lose so much that we can't play anymore, so I don't know. Maybe we'll come to like a treaty that we'll break again with the Illuminate. We'll agree to disagree and they'll let us to the guillotine. Thanks, Bruce. I appreciate it. At least Bruce is contributing. He's contributing more than I am. Ooh, guillotines in space. No. This thing. That's not war, that's just monarchies, huh?
Requesting sentry.
Ooh, kingdoms in space. Space kingdoms.
Calling down a sentry.
Look, Brad, I'm trying. I'm just... Yeah, see? I don't know where the space rock is. I don't know where the sample rock is.
Calling in reinforcements.
Does anybody know where the sample rock is?
Calling in reinforcements.
Where would the sample rock be? You guys know?
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
We've got a lot of time to find it.
Rare sample acquired.
It's long done.
Got a sample.
You know, Sirius is terrible. She calls it the sample rock instead of the pop rock. Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I don't have anything more to give on the topic. And if I know there are people watching, so if you're here for the space thing and you have anything to offer, I wish you would, because Brad wants to be given to, but I can't give him anything now. So I got nothing. I got nothing.
Activating jump pack.
I got nothing. I don't know a damn thing about war in space. And Brad is silent, so again, I can't really work with that. I mean, he has a game, he plays a game where there's conflict in space, but again, that's with like, that's with the presumption that we're at the fighter jet level. And that's not where we're at in this current talk. So I think I see the pop rock.
Requesting sentry.
Shit, I don't know. I can get there. Brad's completely quiet, so I don't know what to do, guys. I'm panicking.
Found something. Rare sample acquired.
I'm panicking, but at least I'm getting the samples. Oh, Red, you almost got them. Shit. You might have to pick them up when I die. Shit, those monster meat bags or whatever, monster fresh mobs, pretty gross. I kill them, I just don't have much in me. We only have 1 life left.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. Bar.
Brad!
Hi.
Do you have anything to offer before we go? We talked way longer than You know what? This is why I'm tired. It's 10:46. We didn't have to go this long. See, we were done like half an hour ago or an hour ago. See? Now we know. Round 10 is good enough.
I mean, Red Dog joined and had a bunch of other stuff to input, so...
Yeah, but then he stopped. Because he's playing the game, so... Yeah, I do appreciate that you joined, Red Dog. Your input. Bruce, do you have closing statements about War in Space?
Imagine if there was like... Because I know we talked about generation ships a few times before. Where you have to like cryogenically freeze people. Say we have
ships for war?
An interstellar war, but things are so far apart that you're like, you know what? We hate that place.
We're gonna continue to send them things for our generation.
We had a colony in Alpha Centauri, and they declared independence. And it's like, oh no, you fucking don't. So we're gonna send a ship to go reclaim the planet and enforce Super Earth rule or whatever. Mm-hmm. But we're not at the technological level where we could just hyperspace there or some shit. So we have to send a generation ship that literally takes like 50 years to go there to like reinforce our rule.
It's interesting. Why didn't
so
we
they
talk
have
about
literally
that sooner?
decades to be like, you know what? Let's fucking shoot these guys down. Or maybe the war will end before they get there, and suddenly you have like a whole armada full of frozen super soldiers showing up at your doorstep going like, hey, it's time to fucking lay down the law. And I'm like, dude, we got over that like 45 years ago. What the fuck's wrong with you?
But then they all like couple up, and then they have like space babies. That could work out. I know that's not where you were going, but or it could start another war generationally. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it would mix up the blood. You know, just saying. It's not the worst idea.
It might be the most random though.
Yeah, it'd be, oh well, the war's over. Oh well, phew. Then let's just like make love, not war.
Everybody fuck.
Exactly. With that, thanks for listening. I'm just kidding. No, but that could be like a alternative to, you know.
I was more thinking about how would that be dealt with on like a interstellar political level or like a military conflict.
Well, that's the thing. One of the notes that I read was about how the time that it would take for things to happen could affect war in that way. Like decisions would have to be made a long time ahead for like conflict in space. Your moves, you know? I mean, and yeah, to think about it, it's like, gosh, the same people who start the war, unless, wouldn't even be alive when the war is like in progress, let alone ended. Depending on where we're at. Right now, like, war is just
going to be a kind of narrow slice of we have interstellar colonies, but somehow interstellar travel still takes a really long time.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of generational ships being a part of it. Could you imagine generational warfare? I mean, kind of, I guess we kind of... It wouldn't be the first time. I mean, look at how people hold on to their hatred all these years anyway. Like, it's not that hard to think about. Yeah, but I mean, if you're indoctrinated and then you're put to sleep...
That's literally a totally different subject.
I know, but if they woke up.
People hating a certain people because your parents keep fucking talking shit is different than you were frozen on a spaceship and sent, and the war ended while you were in transit.
Well, then what do you think would happen or should happen? They're at peace, but then what? They're stuck there? They sign up knowing that they could get there and war could be over, and then what? Do they also have supplies on the ship to colonize?
Not to colonize, because
or to be a part of the people?
Like,
would
nope,
they be executed when they land there? Or would they be able to live? I'm sorry I nearly killed everybody by saving us from the ship. Would there be a lot of eternal wars, says Bruce? Or at least wars that last longer than 600 years, let's say? That's a good question, Bruce. Because, yeah, like, think of the time thing. That's very futuristic, but that'd be great for later.
I think a war that would last, like, hundreds and hundreds of years like that.
Like the 100 Years War. Oh, please.
In the future, I think it would be kind of like drones or some sort of like computer-controlled military equipment, like just continues its programming.
Oh.
And the humans are all dead.
The humans are dead. That's a Flight of the Conchords
So
song.
Okay, cool. So say there's like automated factories on planets making war machines that keep being sent out to go fight in this battle, but either the war is over or the enemies will be defeated, but that programming is never shut off and it just keeps making military equipment. So you can have wars fought by machines for hundreds of years where the people have either been exterminated or they left. Or forgotten about. Say it's like a colony or something where it's like human technology is advanced to the point where it's like they kind of skipped over it. They kept exploring the rest of the galaxy and they're like, oh yeah, we've kind of... Don't go back to that place, the fucking robots keep fighting there. We don't know how to shut them all off. There's millions of the fuckers. There's the potential that humans fight for hundreds of years if we have, say it's a war against an alien race, and there hasn't been like a huge, like decisive battle, and it's not like a stalemate that after a decade we're like, you know what, maybe we should maybe not figure out a peace, but figure out some sort of way to just like stop, like defend ourselves adequately so we're not constantly at war. Like constant war for hundreds of fucking years, that'd be brutal.
Okay.
There's a game called Trench Crusade that's like that. Imagine if
Holy
like the Crusades happened, but they basically lasted until World War I. Yeah, it's like 1,000 years of the Crusades, just nothing but crazy fucking religious warfare that dominated the earth. That'd fucking suck.
Now that is what I call a profitable use of resources.
Oh, thanks, Red Dog. Bye, Red Dog.
Allied destroyer has left
Bye, Red Dog.
squadron.
Red Dog could maybe give a closing argument on for the. Yes, we almost went to 11. You're back. Thank you, Red Dog. I'm sorry I had you on mute. I had to mute everybody because it must only be Brad and his silence. I'm so sorry. We could have guests though one day if we can plan out a podcast. Look at that. I got everything in the war bond. You know the drill. Okay, good. I was like, gosh, I don't want to seem so rude to freaking Red Dog. Oh, there's new stuff in the superstore. What the oh no. I don't want to get any of that. Yuck. There you guys go. I mean, I knew about that stuff. I didn't know there was another page. What? There's 12 pages. Holy shit, there's 12 pages, guys. Well, now you know. But that's the stuff with the new stuff.
Left squadron.
Oh.
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna finish up. Guys. I'm gonna finish up.
You can have dessert after you finish your genocide.
Yeah. Oh, too soon. Too soon. But thank you for terrible mission. I forgot my secrets. Red Dog, you did. But you know what? That meant I got more kills than you, so it all worked out in the end. Sorry. I am tired. I talked a lot today, so I'm sorry I wasn't better prepared for War in Space. We honestly didn't get to the poster until like tonight. It was hard to decide on the topic. And that's partly my fault. I didn't communicate with Brad that I had a weird week, so I should have said that. That probably affected my my back and forth about the topic. But have we thought, can we switch the topic next week? Instead of war, Brad, could we do one of the other topics you wanted to explore? I didn't mean to rhyme, but I think that's a good idea. Because I don't want to talk about war again right now. Brad? 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 Oh, I don't know where he is. Hello? Hello? Maybe he's busy. I don't hear him. Maybe it's... There he is.
No, I said something.
Yeah, you didn't come across.
Anyway, yeah, we could talk about something else. Terraforming, genetic engineering, planets, stars.
Oh, you know what? It'd be nice to lighten things up and talk about planets and stars. Because, honestly, that kind of would be a bit nice. It'd be a nice change up. And we could talk about... And that's when I could quiz you on the 88 constellations as well. That could be fun. If there's, like, too much dead space, I can quiz you. That'd be nice. If we really think of come up with the topic this week, because Brad and I don't talk the rest of the week. If we did that now, then we could have the topic, and I could actually prepare for it. Oh, we didn't talk much this week. It's foolish. He's like, we do talk. Though I meant like, you know, anyway. The whole point is,
we had a topic on Wednesday, and you changed your mind.
Yeah.
No backsies.
That's because swords suck in this game. I realized it was a terrible topic. Do you want to like talk about? Could we go basic? Could we do like a basic episode that's like, let's talk about the solar system and what's in our solar system? Like, can we talk about the very... I know it's elementary, but wouldn't that be nice? To talk about all the things in a solar...
Allied destroyer
and just
squadron.
Because a lot of us haven't been in school in a long time, I remember having a solar system map that was actually like, I think it was a placemat like they used to have in restaurants, and it was something like that, and I was given it, and I was like in grades, I was 11, and I put it on my wall, and I looked at it, and I was just really like, oh wow, outer space, and I just remember it, and I really was fascinated, and now I have like a bunch of astronomy books because my dad got really into astronomy, and I used to put sky maps on I put constellation maps on my wall when I was living in one apartment that I had. I really like maps. Anyway, it would be nice.
Cartography was going to be an episode too, so we'll talk about that.
Ooh, well then, what about solar system first? And maybe a little beyond it, right? Because we could go into like the telescope stuff and like as in like what's being seen and observed. I mean, do we stay within our solar system or go a bit beyond?
Okay, so right away, like telescopes have seen
beyond, way beyond.
They've seen hundreds of millions of light years away, so that's like a big.
Yeah, that's far too far.
The solar system or the entire universe?
Solar systems first.
Maybe narrow it down a little bit.
Okay, so how about solar system and the outskirts?
The suburbs of the solar system.
Yeah, the suburbs
Next
of the
episode.
suburbs and the but we could talk about let's
solar
discuss
system, Oort cloud, Kuiper belt.
It's all within
heliopause.
So that would be great because, like, I would like to relearn some stuff, and I know you know the stuff. We are seeing 13.2 billion light years away, says Red Dog. Yeah, we are seeing far away. So yeah, let's start off with the solar system. I know it's very like kind of, hey, let's go to basics, but I would be very interested in that. Plus, it would allow me to restudy up on stuff I used to know that I used to really enjoy. Can we go there with Pluto and the planet debacle? I'll tell you what. I will make this right now because we know Brad hates ChatGPT. I will promise you here at 11 o'clock at night when I'm late for a playlist, I will promise you that I will do my own homework, and prepare some of my own notes if we do our subject on the solar system next week.
I mean, ChatGPT is great for certain things. It's not. I don't agree with you using it for this. When there's plenty of excellent articles and things for me.
Yeah, but I need to have the subject way ahead and time to like actually study it. But I want to do the solar system. Can we do the solar system as next week's topic?
Sure.
What would we call it? Let's discuss
the solar system, I think.
Okay. Okay.
I guess the point across.
And that includes the planets, stars. I'm going to share my facts about the moon, my love.
Spoiler alert, there's only one star in this solar system. It's the sun.
Don't do that. I wanted to...
Oh shit, yeah. No, wait, fix it. Delete that.
Stars, we can talk about that.
Tune in next week to find out how many stars are in the solar system.
Yeah. Why don't, because some people might be like, but I see stars from the sky all the time. What are you talking about? Like, we can talk about stuff like that. I kind of am excited about it. And then, don't worry, we'll go back out further in sci-fi and all that later again.
We'll talk about Death Stars again later.
Yeah, like, I just need a week where I can, like, learn. And plus, it's going to be really nice to hear Brad discuss. We're going to see if he still remembers anything about the solar system. Kind of curious if he does. You know, talks a lot of talk, but can he walk? I'm just kidding. Is he insulted right now? I can't.
I can walk the spacewalk.
You can walk the spacewalk. Ooh. Okay. So I'm excited. That's within our solar system. Spacewalks are happening within our solar system. We're going to talk about the planets and stuff. What is this? Oh, stickers. Okay. So there you go. So if that's okay with you guys. I think next week. Okay, I'm playing Illumina all the time. You guys know that. I might for the episode, just so I can like fully immerse myself in it. I might play Elite Dangerous for that one, or Exit 8 and just wander around in the subway hall and get scared by anomalies. That I'll figure it out, but I kind of might. But Elite Dangerous is beyond our solar system. That's a tough one, guys. Anyway, stay tuned, right? Thanks, Brad, as always, for putting up with me. It was a bit touch and go there, but it generally is with me.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun.
Glad to be here, though.
I'm glad you're here. And if you want to hear...
Sometimes going sailing is a volatile sea.
It is a volatile sea. It is what a lovely way to put it. See, just call me volatile sea. That sounds like volatile cunt, though. If you think of it as sea and not sea. It's like... I'm sorry, but...
You said sailing, so...
Okay.
Talking about the sea with an S.
Okay, there you go. See, I know.
C.
I know, I figured that, but I was like, oh, some people might think he just called
it. Still went there, though. So like,
I couldn't help it. I know, my brain. Look at this. Look at this fracture. Oh, do we have fracture planets in our solar system?
Not yet.
Ooh. Stay tuned to find out if we have a fracture planet.
Maybe next week we'll have a fractured planet.
Oh.
Who knows?
Where
I mean,
did...
the next week we can get hit by an asteroid.
Then we won't be here. What if the Earth survived it, though? It just, like... Could the Earth survive...
Oh, the Earth would be fine. We'd be totally fucked, though.
That's too bad.
Like, Earth survived the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs didn't last too well, though.
I'm gonna be asking you questions like, how did it form? What... Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I'll have questions for you this next time, okay?
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. And I hope that the
Like
chat...
I said, it's fundamental, so...
And since it is the solar system, please feel free to come in with your big brains and, like, quiz him, because I really do want him held accountable as to what he actually remembers about the solar system. I'm just saying. I mean, I'll try to have the energy for it. Okay, thanks again. Why do I want to hold you accountable for the solar system? That sounds wrong. Like, what?
Now we're gonna corner him in the solar system.
Yeah. You ain't getting away with that solar
know.
system. I'm so sorry. Anyway, thanks for being here. I don't know how to say goodbye.
Thanks for joining, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for...
Have a good weekend. It's a long weekend up here in Canada, so woo! Fuck you working on Monday.
Right. That's right, it is. There'll be fireworks. Wait, isn't it... Wait, it's Victoria Day weekend, right? Is that what it is? I was so confused. I was like, but now that the Queen is dead, but she wasn't Queen Victoria, so it's okay. I'm sorry. You're right. I could be tired. I might be tired. Anyway, yeah, we'll have fireworks down at Ashbridges Bay here in Toronto, probably.
There's supposed to be fireworks at the Tulip Festival, but it's supposed to be like 13 and raining, so it's like that weather's miserable fucking shit.
I liked your photos of the tulips. I liked your tulips.
It's a cool story. I really like it.
Of how, yeah.
We took care of the Dutch during World War II, and they're like, thanks, here's hundreds of thousands of tulips for the next
war. We ended
years.
up talking about war at the end. Yeah, they were very thankful for us Canadians. And so they gave us flowers. I didn't read your story, but I'm assuming it's about that. Because that's like a Canadian thing known, that they were so thankful for our help that they gifted us tulips. Not just where you live, but I think in various places. Luke says, Helldivers, yay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm going to go. Is there a hot ring list? I'm just kidding. Thanks for stopping by, Luke. Yeah, that's a cool story. You know, sometimes at the end of... Ooh, I know we gotta go, but I wonder what people would... Okay, so if we liberated somebody in space, in a space war, I wonder what they would gift us, if not tulips. Like, their own special species planet? And how would that affect our planet?
I feel like this is kind of like a...
It's future...
Because the Dutch are very good horticulturalists.
Huh? It's specific to the people?
It's because they're really good at growing flowers, is part of why they gave us hundreds of thousands of flowers.
Oh.
So it'd be like, if there was an instance where that happened, maybe it would be some other kind of, not so much a resource, but like maybe they're really good painters, and like, oh, we're going to paint you a museum's worth of fine paintings. Whereas like any other place would be like, holy fuck, we were lucky to have one of those things.
Wow. See?
Or hey, we're renowned shipbuilders, so here's a new, you know, not necessarily warships, but pleasure yachts and all kinds of cool vessels and stuff. So you don't have to pay for that.
Space stuff.
Thanks. Space stuff.
Space stuff. So yeah, see you next week for the solar system, because I need to scale it back and go back to basics, because I think it'll help me as I expand further into the universe, not physically.
Back to basics.
Yeah. Yeah. So thanks again. Okay, I'm going to end this now. I'm going to dip. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you for participating. Hope next week's topic of solar system is easier to...
Stay safe in space and on Earth.
And stay in your safe space. Bye.